Yo, how's it going, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Good evening, Dirty Dancing, SSD, Jolly Sun, Tour Top, S7. Oh my god, so many of you. The raid coming in from Clip. Thanks for the raid, Clip. I don't know if you're still here, but I appreciate it. Everybody go check out Clip if you haven't. Name's in there. You should probably already are already. Crantree, how we doing? Ank, Wise Wizard with the 50 watch streak. That's awesome. Who else we got? We got Zach, Herky Ozzy, Hyru with the tier 3 for 14 months. Thank you, Hyru. I appreciate you. G3, D-Rock, and My Gaming Thumbs. There we go. I think that's everybody. Sorry if I missed anyone. How are we all doing? I could be better, to be honest. I received some news earlier. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. If you want to chat off stream, Herky send me a message. We can chat sometime, but I hope you're okay. Stephen, how are we doing? How are we doing? How is everybody? It is bloody hot in UK again. I've just had a cold shower before stream and I'm sweating again. It's heatwave number 2. Yes. No. Pagwag, how are we doing? I mean, I bricked a mythic rod of Kep. Yeah, I know. How did you do that? Go on. Let me know. You really want to use your 40A ancestral mythic Wusha Nut Pyre on something. Maybe I'll figure something out later down the line, but a lot of those builds are kind of a bit meh at the moment. So yeah, might switch over to Swarm then. Yeah, it depends what you want to do, S7. So Swarm just pushes higher. Like, Stinger doesn't have the bossing capability because the reason Poison Stinger does so much damage is because when you've got lots of enemies around, it draws from them all and then does mega damage to everything. So if you've only got one enemy, it doesn't do that. So you don't do any damage. So in the tower, specifically, you can't get mobs on the boss. Apart from maybe if you spawn the boss on a pylon. That's it. So you can't really kill the bosses in the high towers. While Swarm just has average boss damage compared to some builds, but it does the same amount of damage across the build. So, and it just does a lot more damage than most builds. That build is probably going to get nerfed again next season because it's, or everything else is just going to get buffed accordingly because they just mega nerfed Swarm and it's still massively stronger than nearly everything else, even after other things got buffed, which is crazy. You enchanted the wrong affix? Well, double check stuff in future, Zach. I don't really know what else to say. Anyone know if the Signet Freeze ring still works? Not on Spiritborn, no. Because it only works for cold damage, and we don't do any cold damage. It is literally a real-life Helltide here again. We got a heatwave till Friday. Yeah, it's really warm. So I've got fans blasting on me on all sorts. I'm trying not to sweat. Sorry in advance. Hot, wouldn't know how AC is set. We don't have AC in the UK by default. So you have to buy it yourself. And it's like really expensive to have it installed. So you've got it like home one, or you can buy a portable one, which is still quite expensive. Yeah, you don't have that by default in the UK because we don't have this kind of weather very much at all. It's like a few weeks a year tops. I'll send you a DM. No worries, dude. I'll have a look after stream, yeah. It only works for cold damage, so it does not work for Spiritborn anymore. Yeah, that got nuked. Would it be an easy swap from Stinger to Swarm? Use the Armory, but it will be different gear. You won't be using Rod of Kepaleka. You won't be using Ring of Midnight Sun. You'll be scaling damage over time as opposed to poison hit damage. Arizona's been in a heat warning in effect from 2 days ago. I mean, some of you guys will be used to the kind of weather we've got all the time, but you'll also have aircon, and we don't. So we just have to sit at home, like, melting. Basically, you know, that's just how it is here. Yeah, but it costs a lot of money, Hyru. I don't think you realise how expensive it is for us to buy it here. It's not something you just get off the shelf in the UK. Because we don't normally have it. It's a specialist thing here. You have to order it from a specialist company or whatnot. You know, to get one that's actually going to be useful. It's no point in buying a tiny little thing for the side. It's probably not going to do anything. I've got a fan. It works okay. Mini split systems need to be utilised for that. What do you mean, mini split systems? Sorry. Oh, cools in the summer and heats in the winter. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can look into it, but like I say, we only need it for like a week a year. We don't even get heat waves every year. It's just we happen to have had 2 this year so far. So it looks like we're having a hot summer in the UK for once. Expensive to run. Yeah, I mean, that's the least of my worries because we don't run it very much of the year, I suppose. One thing that I can say is both variants of Rake are doing around 600 billion. Well, we'll see how that goes tonight, Zach. Portable AC from Amazon. Nice. I can have a look. But like I say, By the time it turns up, the heat wave's over on Friday. Portable aircon units are meant to be decent. Yeah, I'll have a look into it. It's actually not as humid as the last heat wave. It's hot, but it's not as humid. So it's not as bad as last week or the week before, whenever it was. But it's still pretty warm. Yeah, I mean, it'll be easiest to get it off Amazon. But like I say, it's still not something you just walk down the road and buy. It's not that commonly needed here. It's just a different place in the world, and we don't get that kind of weather that often. How bad do we need a damage meter? Yeah, it would be nice to have a DPS meter in the dummy room. Definitely. It will only get worse, probably. Yeah, the dice on heater cooler things could be cool. I might look into one of those, see how they work. I know my mum and dad have got one of those, and that works pretty well for them. You can't stand over 25. I don't mind the 30s, but it's the humidity. We get quite humid here in this heat. So you just end up sitting around just being wet, which is not fun. Lockeran's Talisman and Kepeleka don't work together. No, Lockeran's nukes it. So I updated the Stinger guide. First thing I'm going to do on stream, I started doing it for stream, but I ran out of time. I need to finish updating the Rake guide, which includes changing that charm. I think basically what's happening is the Rod of Kepeleka is meant to guarantee you critical strike, but they haven't put it in the logic to say just critical strike. What they've done is they've set your critical strike chance to 100%. And the Lockeran's Talisman reduces it by 50%. But that obviously happens after the Rod of Kepeleka's increased it. So it increases it to 100%, and the Lockeran's reduces it to 50. And then that means you don't refill your resource all the time, and it just bricks the build. So you can't use the Lockeran's with it. I did wonder if this might happen. I wasn't sure how it interacts. Turns out it's definitely breaking the build. So I've changed it for Sepazontek because that's very close in damage, and that won't brick the build. You did an 8-minute boss fight in a pit 125 last night and lost it by like 2 seconds. Oh no! What on the which build, Jolly? On the Stinger? Yeah, the humidity's not been great here today either. Yeah, my cats have been hating it. They've honestly, my black cat's not been. It's just been like this. It's been stretched out on the coffee table, like kill me now. Hey JDI, how's it going? Yeah, I'm gonna get on the. I mean, it won't take me long to set the Rake Spiritborn up today. I don't think. And then we'll optimize if we need to, but I don't think I'm going to need too much. Hey, Belando, how's it going, dude? Stinger, okay, nice. I mean, that build will do up to pit 150 if you want to pull the entire map on the boss, but you'll easily get to pit 130 plus if you've got really good gear. I reckon my build right now probably could grind the 130 out if I had a good map pool, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm still looking for a Golden Epiphany Mythic Seal, but I did get a Mythic Seal the other day, guys, and it's a really, really good one for Swarm, like, really good one. So when I get round to doing Swarm, I've got a pretty good Mythic Seal for it, which is really nice. Belly rubs, yeah. Right, okay, so as I say, my plan today, first thing I'm going to do, although it's boring as hell, I am going to just very quickly update my rate guide. I started doing it, so it shouldn't take me too long. I just need to make some adjustments to the endgame and mythic variants so that they're matching up to roughly what Stinger is, which is tankier, and not using resolve stacking and all that kind of stuff. And I'll leave the pushing variant as it is, which is just full glass cannon. I'll update the gorilla version later on because I'm probably going to play that at some point, and that does build slightly differently. But otherwise, I think Rake, apart from the Spirit Halls being slightly different, just a different way round, I mean, basically, this build builds quite similarly to Stinger, in a way. And it might be slightly tankier, because we're going to have Centipede primary hauling. So that's kind of nice. And I suppose we can flick them around to be Eagle Centipede for farming to make it faster. Yeah, so I'll have a play around. We'll see how it feels today. There's 2 different versions of Fire Rake as well. I know which one's better for pushing. I just want to see which one's better for farming. Didn't have the courage to play this last 2 days with that temperature, Obsidia. I'm not surprised. I haven't played much in the last day or so. It's just been too hot, yeah. The humidity has been awful. Working in a kitchen in a 400-year-old building. Goodness me. The face of the sun. You must have been baking, Fat Katsu. How are you doing other than... How are you doing other than bathing in the sun? You believe the Zik got ninja nerfed? Okay, I will go test that first, then we'll go do that quickly. All right, let's flick over and have a look. Someone else mentioned to me that the Zik might have got nerfed. So let's flick over and have a look, because that may change up how I build some things. Thunder God's damage multiplier seems to not be working either. You sure? I mean, it only works 25% of the time, but it's hard to tell, I guess, based on that, isn't it? I'll tell you what, let's flick over and have a look at the Zik rune then. Let's have a look at this. You've been banging your head against the wall trying to get items for the Stinger build. Okay. Right, okay. Well, before I update this guide... Hey, JN, how's it going? Where are you from? Well, I'm going to ban you because you're telling me you're being rude to me on my channel, so goodbye. Oh, dear. If I can find the button, there we go. Someone telling me to STFU in my kick channel for absolutely no reason at all. That person gets a ban. Right, okay, let's go have a look at this Zik rune then. It should be quite easy for me to tell. Someone did mention to me in my YouTube comments that they think it's gone. I haven't really had a chance to log in. It should, well, it doesn't matter. I don't normally call people out, but when people come in and just be blindly rude, they deserve it. Treat people how you want to be treated. I don't know who that person is. They don't know who I am. I didn't respond in 1 minute, so they told me to STFU. Wow. So I've got time for it. Okay, I'll have to have a look at that. Maybe we'll have to report that JDI, yeah. That would explain why that feels worse to play than... that should be theoretically better than a lot of stuff. Right, so if I will literally just replace this with a rubbish rune. Well, no Zik rune. We'll just do it on a boss dummy because that will give me an indication. We'll just have a look. Stack up some max supremacy. So that'll take a moment. We'll see what the sort of biggest numbers are here that we get to. That's a bit naughty if they've nerfed it before the leaderboards are changed. Because that means nobody can compete on a leaderboard now. Like, nobody. But I am suspect... Well, we'll find out in a moment. These numbers are very low at the moment. Well, I'm at 25 stack supremacy and I haven't seen anything above 200 billion. Well, 238 billion. 300 billion. Like, nothing anywhere near a trillion. Nothing at all. Nowhere near a trillion. Nowhere near. Okay, right, let's slap. I'm pretty sure... Well, it'll be very obvious if that's still working. No, absolutely still working. Look. I'm in the trillions now. Look, it's absolutely still working. So, yeah, it is still working. I was going to say, I don't think they'll nerf that in a stealth way. That will be in the patch next week, if anything. When they reset the leaderboards. Because that's just completely unfair. Like, nobody in Spiritborn will ever come in the top 100 without the Zik rune now. It'd be impossible. Literally impossible. It's too much damage loss. But yeah, no, it's still working, absolutely. Turn off damage variance. How do you turn off damage variance? I don't have damage variance. You can't turn it off. It's just you see the damage or you don't you? You just see... I wish I could turn it off. I don't mean there is a way to turn that off. On the dummy settings? Where's the hell's the dummy settings? Oh, right, okay. Okay, do you know what? I've never even noticed that. What does that do? I've never even noticed that before. Oh, is that so it doesn't use supremacy and such? Ah, okay. Interesting. Okay, I never even noticed that before. Well, that's useful. That's useful to know. Anyway, the Zik is definitely still working. 100%. Even now, I was seeing upwards of 900 billion there. And now I'm only seeing, what, like 100? 150? Yeah. So the Zik rune is 100. The Zik rune is 100% still working. So either they've not set it up properly, or something else is wrong in the build. But yeah, thanks. I never knew that was there, Tiltop. We learn something new every day. I literally never knew that was there. Right, okay. I am going to be a bit boring, and I'm going to change up my rake guide very quickly live. And then we're going to build rake, which shouldn't take me too long. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, still, it's useful to know. It's useful to know. But yeah, the Zikroon's definitely still working. Let me bring us over here a second. This won't take me too long because I already started working on it. But I'm going to do it now, so I know it's up to date. There's a fair number of things. I've got a few guides to update, so I'm going to do them this week. So I've got to do endgame and mythic. Pushing should be okay as it is, I think. So I'm pretty much just going to copy down what I've got on here and see it, because it's going to be really, really similar. Oh, that's starter. I want endgame. Here we go. Yeah, so I've got rid of all the max resolve stacking in the non-pushing variants because we don't really need... I mean, it's nice for damage, but we're just it's so squishy. I'd rather be able to tank at least some stuff. Cow Mood Flarge. Hey, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How you doing? How you doing? How's your day going? So yeah, it's mainly just changing these bits. There's and then a glyph as well. It's not going to take too long. How did I have this? I want to try and match them. All damage, vulnerable, crit. Yep. That comes with gorilla skills by default. And dex by default. I mean, I suppose that probably is the GG setup. It's going to be really hard to get those, though. Is that how I had it? Yeah. Yeah, we'll make that fire damage as well. It makes it easier to get your convergence up. It's virtually the same as crit. This is fine. That can go to might for now. We'll test it out. We'll see if that's working okay. Max. It's mainly the max life. Just makes you so much tankier having that much more life. It's dramatically better. That already happens to be that. That's good. Spins a win. Zombie. How's it going, dudes? Oh, I've got a cable here. One sec. Let me take that out. Otherwise, I've got to take my old computer with me. That was good. Hey, nice. Yes. I saw your message the other day, Zombie. I hope you're okay, dude. I tried to respond to you. But yeah, no, I hope you're well. What we got in here? Dex, core skills, max life crit. Dex. Yeah, it basically do it in that order. Max life crit. But once I've got this done, I can essentially just blast, because I'm pretty certain I know how this is building. It's going to be very, very similar to... The one thing about this, actually, is we might not... I don't know if I want to stack resource cost reduction or not. There is a way... Oh, if I'm not stacking ferocity, maybe we will need to. Yeah, okay. There's two different ways you can go with this. But since I'm going with a route where we don't really need ferocity, and we're not stacking it, you won't get the if you have, I think it's 10 stacks of ferocity, I think it is, or 12 stacks of ferocity, you essentially... No. If you've got 15 stacks of ferocity, it essentially gives you 100% resource cost reduction on this skill. I don't know if that would end up being more powerful than stacking your 75% resource cost reduction. Because you technically can reduce your rake skill to 0. With that upgrade. But with resource cost reduction as a stat, it only goes to 75%. So it might not be as strong. So it might be stronger to actually stack to play the Mystic Circle stuff on here. But I'm going to make the guide not do that to start with. And then I'll have to play around with it at some point. But you can get cooldown reduction otherwise instead. So... how did I do this? Yeah, that'll be Moonrise. I wish I could just copy the stuff because it's really, really similar. So resource cost reduction, yes. Diamond, yes, good. That's okay, Zombie. I understand. Trust me, we've all been there with games. We've all been there. Yeah. Dare I ask? Or you don't have to answer. But I say, if you ever want to chat, you're more than welcome to. Games can get the better of us sometimes. Oh, my other cat's just turned up. Hello, mate. Where you been? I was looking for you earlier. Oh, you've just stuffed your face. I can see you licking your lips. Good boy. It's hot, isn't it? Oh, dear. He's licking his lips, bless him. He's obviously just gone and absolutely stuffed his face. Funny cat. Yeah, I guess I'll leave this like this. Tempering can be resource cost reduction. Yeah, we'll see how this works with my stinger setup to start with. Okay, I might need to change some ordering here. Yeah. Not that many people probably look at this, but I can go there. It might be more important than supremacy, actually. How did I put that in the first variant? Yeah, it's got attack speed on there, movement speed. It's probably more important. This is fine, except this is wrong. That is Astaroth. That is just Butcher. I need the Ring of Midnight Sun. Oops. My hope is after today's stream, I'll be able to go off and make a video for this build. That'll be good enough to start with. So yeah, that's the hope after today. Why the hell is that fully yellow? What? That shouldn't be like that. That's better. That looks a bit weird like that. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Okay, that's that. Mythic will have the same treatment, essentially. Yeah, you can tell this is when I just fully theoried it, but I wasn't quite sure on a couple of things. And absolutely wasn't sure on the defensive side of stuff, particularly. Max life. Especially PvP games gaming. Oh, yeah, God, I used to play League of Legends when I was at university. Oh, yes. Many a rage quit back then. Oh, there's a reason why I don't play those anymore. As much as I enjoyed my time playing them back in the day, in my university days. And post-university for a little while. I'm pretty sure I would have had I'm pretty sure my blood pressure's better off not playing that game anymore. Yeah, I decided not to go with the Path of Emissary on any of these builds because as much as it's got nice to have that lock on, it's a bit clunky at the best of times. You have to press Ravager to use it. You use up your entire boot slot to do it. It's just, I don't know. And you lose too much damage. Exploiters is too good. Like, they really need to make it so all these utility aspects go away. Like, we just don't have no damage utility aspects. Because then you're not, like, taking that over Path of Emissary because this is damage and that isn't. That's literally what it comes down to. Like, the core skills on Path of Emissary will not outweigh this. It just won't. It is essentially the problem. So, yeah. We're kind of in. I've seen a few other people say the same thing. It is true. So while we've got that there, you end up taking them. Otherwise, you just can't do as much damage. It's just how it is. And that'll be apprehension. Good point. Did I change it there? I did, yeah. That's probably fine. Oh, no. Change that to resource cost reduction. Okay. That can go on there. Otherwise, that's fine. And for the Starless... Vulnerable crit, yep. Resource cost reduction. Okay, that's the items. Starless, exploiters, might. We don't have. Oh no, we don't want redirected. What did I put in here? I kept Moonrise on. It's less damage, but gives us that attack speed and such. For pushing, we can use the max resolve stuff. But for this, I think it's just more comfortable. Helps us cap our movement speed and attack speeds and all this stuff. Right, apprehension here. Let's make sure the information's correct. I'm actually nearly done. I did do quite a bit of this before stream. I always forget how long it takes to change details like this if just trying to make sure you don't miss anything. I can see here I actually made mistakes initially as well. Just because copy pastes and stuff. Noob guide creator. Bartuk, Path of Emissary. We're not using that anymore. That can go away. It's probably the same in here actually. Yeah, Mythic. Igni Cube, Poxit, that's fine. Right, I'm just going to save that so I don't lose that stuff. Hey, Ellie, how's it going? Cat just jumped in the window behind you. Did it? Oh. He didn't go out the window, surely. There's not enough room. He's not that small. He is a nightmare. He's a small cat, but he wouldn't have got through there. He probably just jumped up there, yeah. Bloody animal. At least he didn't knock anything off. I would have heard that. You try to use Wildfire instead of Prodigy's Tempo for Firestorm, but I think not possible. Well, this is something we can potentially do on Rake, because there's actually 2 forms of cooldown reduction we can get, and it's something I'll play around with today. It might be possible to do that on Rake. So we'll have a look. Depends if we've got a board that's worth putting in there. On Evade Storm Feather build, the Drive Legendary doesn't seem to grant an extra evade. Are you sure? It did when I tested it last season, unless they've managed to break that somehow. I'll get around to it at some point. It's not high on my list this week, though. The reason I don't play PvP anymore is called hypertension. Yeah. 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 Oh, yes. I'm going to smile and nod. I've got a really funny story, though. So, one of my closest friends, God rest his soul, because he passed away when he was 26 due to a health issue. I lived with him at university. And, you know, as you do as university students, doing games programming as your primary course, you would obviously smash games all night, every night, and never do your work. I got my work done. Most people didn't. Anyway, our routine was to come home and just blast League of Legends, like, every night. Until Diablo 3 came out, and then we blasted that every night. But anyway, we used to come home, and we were like poor students. So he'd go to the corner shop, as you do as a degenerate UK student, and buy like 4 litres of really cheap cider. Like, I mean, this stuff would taste like it's come out of an animal. Not in a good way, you know. It would not taste good, this stuff, but it didn't matter. And he'd just sit there playing Warwick Jungle, getting blasted on this cheap cider every day, and you'd know he'd start to get drunk, and then he'd fall asleep whilst playing the game, because he would just progressively get worse and worse, and then he would just stop moving in a game. And I'd go after the game and have a look, and he's just like, he's sitting at his computer across his bed, so he's just fallen asleep on his bed with the game still going. It's like a daily occurrence. It was so bad. But yeah, fond memories, quite funny. Oh dear, what a degenerate. Good times. Oh dear. Insanity kills. It just thanks Insanity kills for something. What have we done? I'm missing something here. One thing I don't like about the Swarm build is it's required. I don't use num locking for anything, but I'm sure some people tell you have to. You're in the same boat with Temerity. I can't have a second defensive aspect. Yeah, I know, Obsidia. Yeah, that's the problem we've got. We really want to use the Temerity, but we're too squishy without the second defensive aspect. In most cases, Gorilla, we can get away with it with the Procyon Heart on, because you get 20 DR from the Procyon Heart. 30 if you equip the Procyon Heart. We're going to be doing Crushing Hands tomorrow. It just thanks Insanity kills for something. I'm not entirely sure what. It started off... it started off potential hype train. Okay. Well, nothing came up in my chat. I'm not sure what you did, Insanity kills, but thank you. I can't see. It's not telling me. It told me across the top of my chat you've done something good. It didn't tell me what. So I don't know. I think it was a sub 2, but I can't see it in chat. It's just gone. It didn't happen. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate you, dude. Zoe, I'm good. How are you? White Lightning. Oh, God, don't talk to me about White Lightning. I only ever drunk that once when I was like 15 years old. Never again. I was violently ill. Shouldn't have been drinking anyway at that age. But, you know, when in Rome, this is what every kid does, isn't it? I think most do things they should. Scrumpy Jack, bloody hell. I don't drink that stuff anyway. But, yeah, we were terrible when we were younger. Prime sub. Okay, Insanity. Thank you. It just didn't tell me. Did it work? I assume so. My chat told me you did something good, so... Some nice emotes. I have invested quite a lot of money into my emotes and stuff, but that was just because I wanted cool ones. And then, you know, anyone that decides to get access to them gets access to those. So I'll get some more at some point. I tend to order them in a batch, right? What was I doing here? Protein Heart, that's right. Just trying to make sure this is fully correct. Ring of Midnight, Protein, and Sepazontek, because Lochran's Brooks the build. This has got Cold and Shadow, that's correct. Yeah, Zepazontek. Right, we're nearly there. We're going to need to change that for... That needs to change for this as well. That'll have to change in the Crushing Hands builds. We'll do that one tomorrow. But yeah, I'm planning on doing Crushing Hands tomorrow, so we'll see how that feels, because I do have the Temerity on the Gorilla builds. Because we won't be using Protector, so we don't get the Barrier gen there. Now, we can use Igni Q still. But I put the Temerity on because if you've got the Protean Heart on with a Gorilla skill, you get extra DR from there, which is kind of your extra defensive aspect, nearly. So we might be able to get away with it on that build. We'll see. And that means and if you've got some decent like life healing and stuff, maybe the Temerity will work. So we'll see, we'll see. That's on the plan tomorrow. I don't have a Mythic Temerity. That's going to be godly hard to get. Okay. I suppose I'm not really going to update the Gorilla one today, but I will change the Zepazontek in here. Because the Lochran's definitely is busted. It definitely doesn't work with this build. Okay, I'll update the changelog in a sec. I think I've just got one more little bit to change here. I've got like the Paragon glyph to change. I need to check this. That's correct. We don't need this. That will just confuse people. Yeah, I've got that for now. That seems fine. We don't need these. We want that for the Roche's Mill. That seems fine. And that seems fine. Okay, I'm going to need to update some text here. Yes. No. I need to grab the text. Well, it's almost the same setup as Stinger. Funnily enough, it's not going to be a lot different. I mean, obviously, the main damage skill is going to be different. But in terms of the supporting stuff, it's not going to be hugely different. At least to start with. That's fine. That's fine. And I think I've got enough text areas. But I prefer them being in single bullet points. It's easier for people to read on the phone. When I make my guides, I really think about phone users as well. It's very narrow. So you want these to be as short as possible. It's very hard to do sometimes, but I try. And I do check my guides on the phone, okay, like occasionally, just to make sure they're not impossible to read. Obviously, the website is what it is, but I try to make them readable. Right, I think this is fine. Scourge, yes. Okay, that's fine. While we're in here, we'll change Mythic as well. If that's going to load. Hey, Oldman with the year! Oldman. Thank you. Do you know what that calls for, Oldman? While we're here, a sweaty epic sax guy. Yes. Thank you, Oldman. Appreciate it. 1 year. That's insane. Metal Juggler, how we doing? Oh, if Rake were to be a thing again... Yeah, dudes, I'll be playing it very soon. I'm just getting the guide in tip-top shape, making some slight adjustments to it before I get into playing, because it's better than me playing, stopping and doing the guide, playing and stopping, doing the guide and stuff. It's just really, I'm nearly done. I was trying to do it for stream, but I only got so much of it done. We only need those there. Change that there. That's fine. We just don't need to spend the rest of these points particularly. Well, we don't need 4 in there, really. Yeah, we really need some like more reason to spend some of these points. We just end up with points left over, and it's like nothing actually useful to put those in. And I'm using some really funky mechanics here, like auto-cast from runes and auto-cast from items and stuff. You know, it's not like I'm missing things particularly. Just, we just have an abundance of points and things not to spend them on. So, yeah, maybe we'll see some increase there eventually at some point. I wonder if they'll take the ranks out of Talisman and make it so we can put more ranks in skill points. I wonder if they'll do that eventually. Because at the moment, skill ranks in Talismans in 99% of cases completely dominates. Every other like thing on there, like maximum life and max resource and all these other things you might want on your build, are completely dominated by it. Just make it so that we can get up to 15 ranks or 20 ranks in our skill tree, meaning you can't max every skill out and you have to make a choice. I think that would actually be better. I might have to make that suggestion to him. I've seen some interesting suggestions around all that stuff, but not that one. Auto-cast Rock Splitter from block. It has to be on your bar, though, Tortob. It doesn't happen unless it's on your bar, right? And I'm not using block on this build anyway. I've taken the max resolve block stuff off. Speaking as an iPhone, iPad user while we're playing, we appreciate it, Zeref. Nice. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not perfect. I'm fairly certain the website itself has things that could be better to be on the phone. But in terms of writing, I tried the bullet points like this. This will be quite bad on phone. That'll probably get squished up into 2 lines. But things like this should read reasonably okay on a phone and an iPad. Because it's not too long. It won't get squished up. You're not going to end up with this on like 5 lines. It's just going to look like an absolute mess. Yeah. Right, I'm going to check this one as well while we're here. This one might be pretty close to what we want. Yeah, we don't need this though. This is just from, most of this is from findings. From when I played Stinger. There we go. So I need to address this as well, yeah. Figured. So my plan is to do Rake today, Crushing Hand tomorrow. Probably Quill Volley on Friday. The reason for this is a lot of those builds I don't even need to change my gear. Most of my gear for Stinger can be used for those. I only have to change my weapon socketables, and I've got no like poison damage on them. They're all like all damage and stuff. So they're not going to be like the best in slot items, but they'll be good enough to test all those builds. So while I'm in the Rod of Kepaleka zone, I'll test a bunch of those and get them done because I can do them really quickly. I'm going to have to farm for items for the others, which I've got some of the stuff already, to be fair. But it might take me a minute to get stuff together for some of those other builds. Shouldn't be too heavy on the resources either, which will be nice. Like this build, I might even just be able to straight up use the same items, at least to start with. But yeah, I've had a few people message me about how these builds feel a bit squishy, and that's because of lack of max life and such. So that's why I just want to fix these up. This one, I'm not sure if I want to change this right now. I'm going to come back to Gorilla Variant because that does build differently, and I'm not going to just go ahead and YOLO update that, I don't think. That one I'll have to play at a different time. Let's just quickly check this is correct with Vortex. Vortex. Yep, that seems all fine. Actually, there is one thing I'll change here. For farming, I mean, obviously the healing here is not that useful, but we just have Centipede there. This is mostly just so that we've got the movement speed. And then for pushing, you can do it the other way around. So we've got more defensive for the pushing, more damage. So that's nice. So we can nick I just need... Where are you? That there. Secondary. For the healing. Okay. Yeah, it's actually 40%, not 20. It gives you 40. I need to address that in the Stinger guide. It doubles up. You get 20% for picking up a Storm Feather, but when you've got the Eagle main haul on, it actually gives you that permanently, and it gives double of it. So it gives you 40. Let me just address that in the Stinger guide here. It's a really minor thing. I won't put that in the changelog. It's just a text update. There we go. Okay. Let's make that green. Let's copy these into here. And those into there. Let's get those nicely coloured up. But yeah, I've been getting quite a few requests about these other builds, so it's probably about time I get some of them up. Specifically, these other Rod of Ket builds. Okay, that's those. Now I've just got to change Colossal. I might be able to just copy and paste my Paragons from Stinger here. It basically uses the same Paragon setup, I think, at least to start with. I think I might just do that. Let me check the rune. Let me check the glyphs. I think these are all generic glyphs. Canny, Innate, Spirit, Headhunter. Yeah, we use that over Fester. Headhunter's probably a good shout. You'll use that or Wildfire, so we might change that, but for starters, we can just do this. Paste. That should be correct. That needs to go the other way around. Infights comes first for the attack speed. Copy that. I can go in here. Same again with this. Okay, that looks fine. That's all with the innate stuff. And this will be full glass cannon with Colossal in it. Okay, that's that done. Right, I think that's everything. I just need to change the changelog. I might go and see if I can nab some of the stuff from here. Yeah. I can indeed. Let's resolve tempers, maximum life tempers. Takes me a long time to do all this colouring, but I've actually had a couple of people in my YouTube comments this week say that they really appreciate it because it makes it a lot easier to see the important bits. So that's kind of what I was hoping. I mean, it's a bit overkill at times, but if people are finding it useful, then it's worth it, I guess. Okay, we don't need that bit there. And we also need this here for endgame, mythic, and pushing. Is the current hammer skin drop exclusive to like the paladin class? Which hammer skin drop, sorry? Hammer skin should work on any class that can wear a hammer of that kind. One thing I've asked from the devs is, and I don't know if we'll get it, but I know it would be really well received, is if we're using a two-handed weapon of any kind, can we please use a skin that's a two-handed weapon skin of any kind? Same for one-handers. So if I'm using a knife in my hand for some reason. Can I please equip a mace skin? Doesn't matter what the type of weapon is you're wearing. Just let me use my one-handed skins of any kind. The 2 reasons for this. 1, I am forced into using a quarterstaff nearly all the time, and I have some really cool glaive skins, and I can never really use them, which is quite annoying. And secondly, I think that would just go down very well with the community, because it's like people who have acquired free and paid skins or reliquary skins will then just be able to more freely use their weapon skins as they like. The armors are all the same. Like, they work regardless. So it's only the weapons. Like, you could do it for offhands as well, maybe. You could maybe make it so you could make your offhand totem look like a focus as well. Maybe, if you wanted to go that one step further. But I think to start with, weapons would be a really nice touch. Just to make it so you could equip, or make it so only you can show all the skins that weapon, that character can equip of that type. You could go that far if you wanted to put some limitations on it. Yeah, I think that would be really nice, because I'd love to be able to use some of my glaive skins, and I barely ever use glaives. I've got some sick glaive skins, really cool ones. It would sell more. I said to them, it would go down really well in the community and more likely to sell you and make you money. So you tell them that, they might actually put it higher on their priority list. It is a money-making venture at the end of the day. Right, I think this is probably about right for now. Okay, I think this guide's good enough. We can get some gameplay now, I think, for now. I'll update the loot filter as we go as well. Fine. Oh, I got disconnected. Okay, let's come over here. Hey, Magneto, how's it going? Only being able to equip one crafted mythic is killing you. So, I don't know if you guys have heard, but we're getting a patch next week. We don't know what's in the patch, but we were told, we're allowed to tell you, and we were just told that there's a patch coming next week, and it should alleviate a lot of the concerns that have been going around. Now, we don't know which ones. They said it probably won't fix everything, but it should help with a bunch of stuff. I'm sure we'll get patch notes and such nearer the time. But hopefully next week, I guess on Tuesday, we'll get a patch which will address a bunch of things. Bosco, how's it going? We really got to get Razorwing to work? Yep. I still don't think Razorwing's going to work very well, even with the change they made, but I will try it later in the season. They made a very slight adjustment, which will make it a bit better, but I still think it's going to struggle. 3 maximum charges just isn't really enough. So we'll see. I'll give them the feedback if it doesn't work. You got a mythic seal with +3 unique charms. What charms I can choose? Nice. Which builds? Crazy. I finally got my first mythic seal the other day. Crazy. Actually, crazy. You'll probably look at what my first mythic seal ever dropped as. Look how good this is. I can't use it on my current builds, but look how good that is for Swarm. My very first one is actually sick. Like for a Swarm build, that's really good. Yeah. So I will. That's what you're looking for, yeah. That's a really good one. So at some point, I will play Swarm. I'm not that bothered about pushing on Swarm, though. I did it too much last season. But yeah, I dropped it and I laughed. So I was like, that's a really good one, yeah. You got the same, but 3 unique. Okay. Yeah, Sonobi. I was very happy, trust me. I was like, I finally got one. They do exist, yeah. It's not working with Swarm. I don't think the Golden Epiphany is going to work with Swarm very well. Probably. You'll lose too much damage. Just like that one doesn't work very well on Stinger. I tested it the other day. Like, the 3 golden one will be better for this build. BK, how's it going? Playing Druid and stuck with Axe, 0 skins. Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at this, right? Oh, I can't. Yeah, I need to find a glaive. Have I got a random glaive lying around? I can just. Here we go. So, like, if I just stick this glaive in for a poison build, I would love to use this skin here. It looks amazing, right? Look how cool some of my glaive skins are. Actually, some of my coolest weapon skins are all glaives. But I never use glaives very often. Like, all of them. Look at them. The glaive skins are cracked. Even the this is the one that came with this is the Overwatch one. That's a glaive. And I can't use it. I've got some sick glaive skins. Like, most of them are really cool. Yeah, I've got some awesome glaive skins. They're really cool, but I just can't use them most of the time. Like, I feel like it's not a high ask to make it so that if we're using a quarterstaff, so we can then use our glaive skins, because I haven't got that many cool there aren't that many cool quarterstaff skins. There just aren't for some reason. There just aren't many. Like, you got that one I don't have, and that's it. Oh, I suppose there's the Hydra one. This one's all right. There are some cool ones, but not many, not compared to what you get on those other weapon types. So yeah, it would definitely make them more money. But it would also just make people happy. They're like, cool, I can use all my skins now. Great. I've got for this class. That's lovely. Right, let's build this Rake build. I think I can pretty much reuse this whole build. Like, I can use this Harmony of Evil Walker. I can use this chest. We're going to be using Rake, Fire Rake, so we're using Heshra Kasungi, so I can reuse this. I can reuse the pants. The boots I can reuse. The weapon I can reuse, because it's just generic damage. Although it bricks on the transfig, but never mind. The amulet, again, is just... Yeah, this is fully usable. I think I can just straight up use this gear. I don't have the 3 charm things, so I'm having to use a Ring of Midnight Sun instead of Moonrise aspects. But I've kind of solved the attack speed anyway. So, yeah. I can just straight up use... All I've got to change is this to rubies, and that's it. That's the only thing I've got to change here. So I've got to go craft myself a couple of rubies. Torment 1 just unlocked 2, but I'm getting smashed. Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat here. Just cube any 5. Oh, yeah, if you want to get an escalation, you can cube any 5 normal Nightmare Dungeon sigils together, yeah. Heathanator, how's it going? Hopefully they fix the oath bug on the pally. Yes, that's been... There are some serious bugs that have been reported that are probably way more serious than the damage bugs on Spiritborn right now. Because the damage bugs on the Spiritborn just make us competitive. You take those away, we won't be at the top. But there are actually bugs fundamentally breaking things. Like, this just does not work. You know, it's... Yeah, it's not good. I'll test the Thunder Gods when I get to a Lightning build at some point. And I'll report it then. Right, we need to craft some rubies. Where are we dropping the mythic seals? I got my one from a rare talisman Undercity. But that's my very first one after hundreds and hundreds of hours. I didn't drop one last season either. So I thought they were just a myth. Like, never going to drop for me. And then there's some people getting them, like, in troves. So, yeah. It is just RNG to a degree. I still think we need a gem tab. I got to keep hammering on about them. Like, please give us a gem tab. Can't carry any of my sodding gems. It's very annoying. Yeah, let's just dump these in here for now so I don't lose those. Right, we've got our rubies in there. Fire and holy. So that's fine. I'm pretty certain I can just use this Paragon board as is. Because Canny goes into fire. Menadris works for us. But now we might be able to take this off later. I'll be interested to see if we can get Prodigy's tempo off on this. That will be the only thing that Rake might allow us to do. But we would lose... Oh, well, if we did that, we'd lose the resource generation. So you'd have to make resource generation up somewhere. But it might be doable. And you'd lose the resource as well, I guess. It's quite a lot of damage, actually, isn't it? 27, 31, 35, 39, I'm guessing there. Plus you get more if you level that up. 39 max resource we'd lose. That's quite a lot of damage, actually. That plus the cooldown stuff, plus the 5 ranks. Would that make up revealing? Because that's the only other board we could get in here. It might still be better than revealing. Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, we'll start with this board because it's going to be simpler. That isn't capped yet, but it will be. Oh, yes, we'd want to change that to fire. Okay, I've transfigured this, though, so I can't. Okay, I can't cap my convergence because I need to get another pair of heshes. I would put fire on there, and that would cap it. It's pretty close, though. Or I could just level up Canny a little more. What level is Canny right now? 122. That wouldn't need to go up too much more before it caps it for me. In fact, actually, I'd only need to put a couple of points in intelligence here, and that would solve it. Maybe I can just take a couple of these out. And go like this. Where's that put it? There you go. How many did I need? I might not have needed all of them. Oh, I only needed one. Okay. Great. Problem solved, 59.96. Yeah, I only needed one. Sweet. Easy. Solved. So I can put those back in there. Yep, Headhunter. I mean, the only other glyph we could possibly use is Wildfire. We used to, I mean, there is a form of Rake where we used to get away with using Fitness, but I don't know if that would be doable here very easily. Not without going down the Veracity route with Mystic Circle. You'd have to do that so you can get your resource cost reduction in the skill tree, so that we could then put lucky resource everywhere instead of resource cost reduction. And then you'd possibly not use the Ring of Starless Skies anymore. Or maybe you could. So maybe you go half and half. You don't need to get like 7 or 8 stacks of Veracity, maybe. And we're up to, what, 7 stacks of Veracity anyway. So that would be 14 reduction. So that would reduce you down to 16 Vigor cost. Yeah. Okay, it'd be interesting to see what the damage is like on here, because fundamentally, I don't know where in the calculations this specifically happens. For each stack of Veracity, you have Rake's Vigor cost is reduced by 2, and it increases its initial hit damage. But, so that does make it... If you have 15 stacks of Veracity, the skill's free. And that could technically get us 100% resource cost reduction. Alright, skill tree-wise... Just max this out in there. Now, we've got Spirit Jaguar, which is the multi-hit, so you've got the big Grasping Claw. The big Grasping Claw will definitely do more damage, I think. If it hits single target, it absolutely will. But we'll start with Spirit Jaguar and we'll see how that plays. And then we can go for either Generating Veracity, which we probably don't need, or the car speed. Which means we'll attack faster. We've got Veracity Gen here. All this. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't need that. And Protector. That's it. And 4 random skill points. I suppose we'll just put those in there. And then we'll just need to put Rake here. I mean, it's really very similar to what I was playing before. I mean, that might be it. That might literally be all I needed to change to play this build. Resource gen. Loads of that, so that's fine. Centipede, Gorilla, Gorilla, Eagle, Eagle. Oh, Spirit Halls. Eagle, Centipede. We need to do it that way round so we get the 4 spirits. In pushing, you'd go Centipede, Eagle. Centipede for more damage reduction, Eagle for damage. And then you get your Gorilla from this, and then it's Rake by default. So when we cast our ultimate, we'll have all 4. But I think that's probably it. We're at 35 ranks there. And we'll gain 3, 5 from this. We'll be, what, 40 ranks of Rake? 40 ranks? Looks like. Oh, no, we gain 3 there as well. So we're at 43 ranks when we cast our Protector. Yeah. I might go try and roll some of these. You got a Temerity. Oh, you got a Mythic Temerity. Ooh. Up to 130% barrier. Giggity. Yeah. I think that's going to be quite strong if you can actually make it work on builds. Because it technically can give you more damage on the Spiritborn. You've gotten 6 farming the Butcher. You've gotten 6 Mythic Seals. Wow. Did he just freeze from... Oh, is my stream still good? I should be fine. When you said freeze, you mean I froze on stream? I should be okay, I think. Lacey, how's it going? Do you have a planner for Rake? Yeah, do exclamation mark build. I just updated some touches for it. Austin, how's it going? Got your first Mythic Seal as a world drop from an elite last season. Wow, from an elite? That's super rare. I only know one person has gotten it in a rarer situation, which was Zach, and he got it pre-level 70, which is mental. You're at almost 50 ranks of Rake while attacking. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's definitely doable to get there. I'm at 35, 3, 8, 43. To get to 50, Have you got Rake? Have you got ranks on your amulet? Oh, I suppose I don't have any on my Protean heart here. Yeah, I don't have any ranks that affect me on my Protean heart there. Can I craft some more Protean hearts? Maybe. I've probably got some random ones lying around, which I just don't need. You know, I've got loads of random uniques. So I probably should start using some of these because it's taking up loads of space. Look, don't need this. Don't need it. Actually, I'll keep the flicker steps. That might become in handy. We don't need... there is a build I might use that for. Don't care about Banished Lords. We're never going to use Sunburst unless we're actually using it. So that's one. Blood Mad, no. Penitence, no. X-Folds, no. I've got 2 crowns. Okay, let's put the Blood Mad back in there. Fine. Alright, let's go craft a couple more. See if I can get a better one. The answer is no. Let's try again. Well, it's all stats. It's better than the other one, I think. I don't need focus skills. It's better than that. It's not got the ranks on it, but it's got all stats on it, so I suppose it's better than nothing. Don't think I've... Can I do one more? Maybe. Yeah, if I got another 3 charms I can afford to throw away here. I really don't care about this. Or that. Alright, let's throw that away because we don't need that either. I guess I'll keep hold of these in case people need them. Craft one more. No, no luck. Oh well. Come back and try another few later on. It won't take me too long. I just need to farm unique charms. But anyway, we've got some extra stats. Yeah, so that's... I'm losing some ranks there. I might try and recraft these though and see if I can get some better ones here. Which ones is it? I've got Gorilla on. Those 2, okay. Mother's Embrace Mythic useless? It is, sadly, yeah. It is, sadly. Wow, double GA and they're both useless to me. That's Eagle and Poison. But it's got less ranks, so rip. It's got the right resistance on it, but less ranks. Yeah, there's a lot of useful stats on here, but it's completely overshadowed by being able to get ranks here. Gorilla, physical. That's got Eagle, that's better. Most likely not evade build isn't a thing unless you go Russian Claw. Evade Storm Feathers probably will work, but I'll get around to that later down the line. Does Supremacy actually work how it's described? I feel like with Swarm, it only increases in count when your ult dissipates. That's how it works. You can get up to 10 kills. You can get up to 10 stacks from kills. You can only go above 10 stacks from your ultimate dying. And on Swarm, that takes a while. It's better on builds where you can spam like Gorilla and such. I've actually asked the devs if they can nerf that and make it so it only stacks to 15 and shift that power into, say, like the Paragon board. So every Spiritborn build will get the power. But then not every Spiritborn build in the world basically needs to use Supremacy because it's just so good. You can't not use it. That's actually got more ranks on it. But I just don't get the resistance, but I'm probably going to use it because it's got more damage. Now we'll just keep re-rolling and maybe we get a better one. Damn, I had the right resistance as well. Got a few double GAs, but they've not had the right stats. Do I have to use evade with this rate build? Nope. No, Starfall. Stinger wasn't evade either. I haven't done an evade build yet this season. I've got builds for them. I just haven't played them yet. I did enough of that last season, so I'm trying to play some of the other stuff that got some buffs. And it should be viable. We'll get into some gameplay in a sec. I'm just sorting out the rest of the gear. I mean, I knew it wasn't going to take long to swap this. 3 Eagle. Oh, it's a lot of poison res losing, though. It's not worth it. Eagle's better than Gorilla for this build. See, look, this would have been sick. If we didn't have ranks on this and we didn't get damage from it, 10% max life and resistances, that would have been amazing. That's a really good chance, to be honest. I'm going to keep hold of that. In case there's another build for some reason, I might want to take that. Three Eagle and Lightning. Centipede's fine. Gem strength or dot per swarm? What is your transfiguration? Gem strength isn't as strong as it was last season. So you can still get it. It's just there are other ones that compete, like dexterity or poison multiplier will be your best. Straight up poison multiplier. It's a separate multiplier. That will be your best. It's just giga rare. Hey, Mr. Andrew, how's it going? Mephisto T12. Nice. Is that on your barb build? You got 8 stacks of Ferocity with a Gorilla variant of Rake. Okay. Yeah, if you got enough ranks on Ravager, that could make sense. So I'll get to Gorilla Rake at some point. But we'll start with Fire Rake. It's the standard one. Oh, this has been useful, hasn't it? It's basically the same as what we already got. Hey, Joker Beast, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I mean, it should be more than capable of doing T12. Okay, well, that didn't work out, did it? Oh, well. Well, we'll keep hold of that. I say, I don't know if we'll ever use it, but it's a really nice charm otherwise. Got some pretty good ones in there. Yeah, that too. Yeah, just under 40k life, so that's not too bad. Stats look fine. I think the build's looking good. Right, let's go set up a war plan and just go do some content and see how it feels to play. Ooh, legendary talisman. Oh, that's looking like a good track, that one. And, well, it's a Duriel. Will be interesting. Just go straight in and try T12 Duriel. YOLO. And an Uravar. Some nice rewards on that. Hey, Lezu, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. First time chatter. A handsome fella, Listless. Hey, how's it going, Listless? Dommy, how's it going, man? Big Jez, how you doing? Are they patching the counter swarm? No idea. They just said that there's a patch coming next week and should address a bunch of our concerns, but we don't know what. Oh, you was responding to Starfall, Austin. Okay, no problem. Oz, how's it going? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. You take it there is a bug gearing more than one mythic. You can only equip one crafted mythic right now, Zombie, but hold on to them because they're patching next week, addressing some concerns. We don't know what, but there is a chance that it's going to be around that stuff. Drink City streamer listeners. Cheers, man. You trying to farm a Shattered Vow? Go gamble at the Oval Vendor. Gamble pole arms. That's your quickest way to get one. Silent Souls with the Prime. Thank you, Silent Souls. I appreciate your support. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, you have? Oh, okay. Rip. Right, I'm not going to try a 120 to start with. I'm going to just, I don't know, we'll just try a 100. just to make sure the build actually fundamentally works and I've not missed something. It should do. You've dropped 40,000 obols and not even had a unique on T12. Yeah, that's bigger rip, isn't it? Goodness me. Well, it should work. I'm using the big one. I think I'm using... Am I using... Oh, I'm using Spirit Jaguar right now. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, it should work. I've gone for the tankier build setup. So it should be... I shouldn't get one tapped by stuff. But there is the other variant, the one that only does one slash and doesn't do the multi-slash. Especially on bosses, gets doubled up in the damage. So I'll be interested to see how the damage here works. So then obviously I can do a higher pit next time. I figured for the first thing I probably shouldn't just throw myself straight in the deep end. I mean, this is standard T12. And I'm melting stuff. Which is what I expected. I mean, my gear's pretty good. But there are improvements to be made. Super easy to farm. This will be really good in hordes. Won't have to worry about grouping mobs up on this build, so that's kind of cool. I mean, theoretically, if we can get Gorilla Rake to work properly, Gorilla Rake does a lot more damage. It has a lot higher base damage. So that should be stronger. What are we at? 20 stacks of supremacy, okay. Seems pretty chill in T12. You know, I hit for 400 billion there. I'll be interested to see if we do get into the trillions or not here. This version's got a big AoE on it. Because it just goes off and auto farms for you. It's the boss. Okay, well, annihilated the boss. Bye-bye, boss. Wow. That was better at bossing than it was at the mobbing. Jesus. I know it's only T1200, but wow, that guy got nuked. Goodbye. Okay, well, Rake works fine. This is what I suspected. Right, let's level up Wildfire. That might be useful to me. Malvius, how's it going? First time chatter. I just made some adjustments to that, guys. So check it out. If you got any questions, throw it in the chat. I'm just testing the build now. We'll go test the T12 boss. We'll see how that works. T12 Duriel. Juiced up T12 Duriel. Just started the Lord of Hatred campaign to unlock the cube. Wish you luck. Hey, nice. You'll forever love it once you get the cube. The cube's very good. It's very useful. Well, stack up our supremacy as we go there. Like I say, the other variant technically will be better for bossing than this. But I wanted to test this variant first, and then we can test the other variant, and we'll just see how they sort of like match up. What resource cost reduction am I rocking here? Because I mean, I've also got things. I've got 71.8% resource cost reduction. The extra benefit on the Rake upgrade, that may well reduce it to 0 and just give me more damage. I'm not sure. But yeah, so the other variant will be better for bossing than this for sure. I'm fairly certain. Can I kill him before he goes under the ground? He's staggered, hopefully. Yeah, okay. Well, we can do T12 juice bosses with this even. Okay, so that's that. I'm going to try the other variant on the boss. Because I've got another boss coming up. I've got Urivar coming up. So, I mean, basically, the other variant should be better for bossings, but it looks like either of these will be fine. You can play either of them for bossing if you really want to.
Hype train detected. Party mode awaits at level 2. You know what to do.
Spiritborn cooking this season. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm just playing some slightly less meta builds, but these are still pretty fun. Thanks for alert, Blood Farts. I'm not sure who kicked off the hype train there, but thank you. So it might... Was it a delayed from silent? Maybe. I don't know. Which build is best for Spiritborn Strike? It depends what you want to do. Swarm is still the highest pushing build by quite a large margin. But But you got a Stinger if you just want a more comfortable build that blows up the room. This build I'm just slapped together will be pretty good as well. I mean, I think Quill Volley and Crushing Hand will equally be fine as well. And I'll be testing those over the next couple of days. Do you think it's possible to make Gorilla Poison work? The problem with Gorilla Poison is it's just really small AoE, like really small. It doesn't scale with Rod of Kepaleka, and it's just, I don't know. I haven't tried it. Maybe. Morgan Freeman, I haven't got around to playing with it. It's just going to be a worse counter. It's going to be a worse Swarm. Yeah, Swarm got like nerfed into the ground, and it's still the strongest build compared to everything, which is kind of wild. So this variant gives us a much bigger single swipe. Yeah, it gives us the one single swipe, but on single targets gets an extra 2x damage multiplier because we're critting all the time. So on bosses, it should do a lot more. We'll find out in a moment. It should melt the boss quicker than the last one once it gets going. Theoretically. I didn't pre-stack Supremacy at all. Something's actually really hurting me there. Which doesn't help. Yeah, it does do a lot more damage. I don't know. Wasn't expecting him to hurt me so much there. A 3 GA amulet. 3 GA sunbirds. Oh, it rolled defensive skills. Oh no. Rip. Big old rippage. Oh, Belial got absolutely smashed. Yeah, that's sad. Haha. If only that had rolled like another type of ranks. I don't think that's even worth keeping. Peacemongers. Yeah, it's interesting. Let's look at the numbers here quickly. 1.5, 1.9. It's just that double up. That double up takes it to 4.56. So it makes it more damage than this, which would be 3.4. But only on single targets. So it's not going to be as... This will be better on bossing, as I say. It just won't be as good as clear... It won't be as good at clearance. And this here just has a lot higher base damage straight up. So this has the highest damage full stop. I wanted to try it with that variant. I suppose this does with Verosity give you more damage as well. That gives you a cooldown reduction. What's the lucky hit on this? 18%. Yeah, that's the thing. I think I go to use the Fist of Fate on this version with the Simian Swipe. That one you might want to use the cooldown reduction stuff on. We'll see. Yeah, what's next? Nightmare Dungeon. Just realised I've been using your Poison Stinger build since I started this season. Had no clue it was mine. Well, there you go, G3. Nice. Rake is your favourite Spiritborn build. Looks so cool. You should see the Gorilla version. Yeah, it looks sick with the Rod of Kepaleka. It's like this big white gust of wind that comes down and nukes everything.
30 seconds. Time is running out.
We'll be getting to that at some point. So this is just the Spirit Jaguar one. It's not necessarily the highest damage, but it is going to be the easiest to farm with. And if you've got enough damage anyway, you'll be killing stuff here, and it will just go off and farm in front of you, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, I mean, with Produce Tempo, we don't need that cooldown thing on. If we're going to use the cooldown thing on Rake, it'll be to take Produce Tempo off. Order Conviction. that's unique, is it? Okay. Nice. Just drop up on a random enemy. Unusual. Yeah, it feels... I mean, it basically just feels the same as Stinger. It's just a different... It doesn't rely... This doesn't rely on grouping loads of stuff together to blow them up. It kind of just does different kind of AoE. It's not like a big explosion in the room. It just goes off and attacks around for you. My Veracity should stack up in the background. I mean, theoretically, if I take the hits, then I'll get my Veracity up to 7 stacks as well. And this build should be up at near 120% attack speed with that cast speed on. That's really nice. So you attack a little bit faster than Stinger. You might not hit as hard, but you'll attack faster. This is just melting stuff. It's not feeling terrible. Hey, Alpha Tango, how's it going? Excited to play it. Sounds really fun. I mean, this is pretty much what's in my guide. I straight up just replicated my Stinger setup with the slight adjustments to the fact that I'm using a Jaguar skill, and I am missing the mythic seal that I want for this. If we get the Golden Epiphany, you could probably get more consistent damage in the high end out of it. And I don't have a mythic Heshira Kasungi, and I don't have a mythic Harmony v Bawaka. Those would for sure give me at least a little bit more damage. And other bits and bobs, yeah. Nuked. Nuked. I hit for 674 billion. Nice. Haven't seen trillions, but you hit very fast on this build, so it doesn't matter. If you hit half as much but twice as fast, then I suppose that's fine. Stinger will get the bigger numbers just because of the way it scales. Yeah. Well, we'll show it in Hordes in a sec. You'll see how it works in Hordes. Climax. You just got your second mythic seal. Random drop in a Helltide. Nice. Any goods? Was it a good one? Swarm is not good enough. Yeah, Swarm is the top build. I play all sorts of build Striker, and I played Swarm for hundreds and hundreds of hours last season, so I didn't really want to play that for hundreds and hundreds of hours again this season. But yeah, I mean, I've got a Swarm build. If you do exclamation mark Swarm, and there are people in the top 10 on the leaderboard using that. Thanks, Zach. You got the Golden Epiphany. That's the one I need. Climax, nice. What were the stats on it, though? Domi is pushing on solo self-found. He is, yeah, I know. He sent me... I think he was top when I last saw. And then there's someone in our clan who was number 2, who was number 1. Who may well try and go number 1 again at some point, if he hasn't already. Are mythics actually worth farming for this season, or just to save them when you come across them, Marker? I mean... If you've got a mythic heavy build and they add damage components, that will definitely get... They get 30% more... Well, up to 30% buff for being a mythic. So yeah, they would be worth it. It's going to be quite hard to find the ones you want with the right stats, mind, but... You're doing the Swarm, but I have a resource problem. Can't spam the Stinger. You don't use Stinger in the final Swarm version. I only have Stinger in my first version, in the first variant, because when you start out the build, you can't spam a counter-attack. So the Stinger's there just to help top it up, and then we swap off of that in the second variant. It's like a journey. The storm seems to calm down, but my problem is I don't have the Rod of Kep for the fire version. I only do the gorilla version. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so I mean, my one's generic, so I can use it for any of these builds. You get it now. No worries, Striker. You're welcome. Thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate it. %, max life. Can equip 3 unique seals. Okay. 14% max life. That's not too bad. Yeah, that's at least useful. Doesn't give you damage, but that for sure will help with survivability. The next wave, I'm going to try the other variant. I want to see how it feels for farming. This one has like the sort of omnidirection attack, because it will do... This one used to be a lot better when the Rod of Kepaleka used to do hits twice. Because you used to get essentially 4 attacks each attack, which was crazy. And now we only get the 2. So it makes it very hard to do the resource thing, where you don't need to use the Ring of Midnight Sun and you can get away without using it, so you can get more damage out of the build that way. Yeah, let's do that. That's slightly higher base damage. Yeah, it's hit for 660 billion. But if you hit a single target, you'll do a lot more damage. You just won't get the omnidirection, but I suppose the Rake's pretty large. Anyway. So it might just be better just to use this one, full stop. Yeah, it just does a lot more damage up front. It'll be certainly better for bossing. It's big enough anyway. And then the gorilla one's going to be relatively similar to this, just a white version, and it will build slightly differently because you won't be able to use the protector and get your 4 spirits. So you have to solve a few things another way. No Heshes for the gorilla version because you can't get your 4 spirits of multitude. That's why. Because it's a gorilla, right? It's because it's gorilla to start with. On the Mythic build page, the ring is missing on the uniques. Okay, I might... One sec. Well, on Rake. Thought I just added that a moment ago. No, it's not missing. It's in the charms. The Mythic version assumes you've got a Golden Epiphany. If you don't, then obviously you'll be wearing one from the endgame version. But yeah, the Mythic version also assumes that you'll have the Mythic seal as well. Or at least that's what you're aiming for. Yes, I mean, this for sure does a lot less damage than Stinger, Poison Stinger. Full stop. Poison Stinger was hitting for oh, I just hit for a trillion there, 1.3 trillion. So we do get trillions here, but it's not like Stinger was getting to like 2 or 3 trillion. Oh, that was 2 trillion. Nice. Okay, it might be on par with Stinger actually, roughly. You just need to hit with the Zik rune as well. Obviously, every single Spiritborn build comes down a whole load if that goes away. So I wasn't really trying to get a high run there. I was sort of just testing things out. I'm Immortal Barb. Can't take life climax. Yes, I heard that was still possible. Do you have to group enemies to do damage? No. This doesn't have that bug in it. The bossing on this will be potentially on this version. The bossing is actually better. The bossing on this is actually better than the mobbing because on this variant because it's got the 100x crit damage down here. Yeah. Hey, Sasho, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's feeling pretty good. Wendigo, okay. Save those. 3 Jaguar. Keep hold of that. Keep hold of those just for re-rolling purposes. That for gold. Alright, let me have a quick look. No, it should be okay, actually. Let me just double check, but it should be fine. Mythic. Yeah, we're not actually wearing the Ring of Midnight Sun. That's why it's not in there. Yeah, no, that seems fine. It's in the charm section. So, I mean, the only other things you could try on this build would be take this off. Cooldown reduction there. I mean, you'd probably want to go the Spirit Jaguar version if you did this, but then you'd lose the double up damage here because you get more hits. Hitting at least one enemy with Rake, you get cooldown reduction here. 1 second per attack on your longest active cooldown, and then you'd put Wildfire in as well as Headhunter. With lucky hit chance, having a chance to reduce one of your active cooldowns as well. Then maybe you could remove this in favour of something like Revealing. It's the only other board you could put in here, really, that would work. And that would give us up to 60x damage. But it's an average of about 45, really. Maybe slightly lower on bosses. At the cost of 5 ranks, which is a bit, you know, it's probably like 20% damage at best. But we do get about 40, 41. It's about 40 max resource, and I can get more of that there. 40 times 1.36 is 52x diminishing returns, because that would end up being more than 1/6 of my resource, and it would make it harder to do resource gen, so I would need resource gen in 2 places here, and I've already got it in 2 places, but that might not be enough still. Might be able to get away with it though, because I've got quite a lot. 36. You'd need a 50 ring. If you had a 50 ring, you could get away without that resource gen in that board. So it's probably... I think the Revealing board would give you slightly more damage against enemies that are crowd controlled and bosses that are staggered, but it would be at the cost of cooldowns and such. Then again, fully maxing out Menadrists would net you at least a little bit more here, so that might get you to the point where you're at like 60x. It's like 1/6 of your resource. So it'd be what, like 10-15% maybe damage increase. And this would be about 15-20. So yeah, Revealing on its low end will be about the same as this, maybe a slight bit lower. But on its high end would be more at the cost of your cooldowns. On single target, your cooldown situation might be rough though. You might even have to stack more cooldown reduction in places. I mean, okay. I'm going to go save this. I'll tell you what I didn't do. I didn't save my Stinger build, did I? Oh, well. It's probably roughly the same in the armory. I'm going to go save this. I'm going to construct it, and I'm going to give it a go just to peace of mind to say I've tried it. It only take me a moment to put together. Okay, save. Rename F Rake. Oh, can I put Fire Rake in there? Yeah, I can. Okay, let's just rebuild the Paragon board here and stick that in there. I do need to level up Wildfire a touch, but canny in there. And okay, let's build it this way around. We got the Protean Heart in anyway, so it doesn't matter which way around these goes. That there, that there, that there. Can't remember what glyph I put in there now. I might have put in 8 in here. Probably did. Yeah, that's probably how I built that. Really wish this cluster was DR. That'd be really nice. Convergence. Gonna want all those. All these. Spirit can go in here. Spirit. Oh, let's just put revealing in here. Actually gonna want that lucky hit. $73 points, okay. Okay, we can actually put in 8 in here. And we can put Wildfire down here. Where is it? I need to level that one up more. I just need it active to start with. That would actually make it a lot cheaper to activate here. Do this. And that means we can do that. Making it pretty cheap to activate all in. There you go. Viscous Shield. Headhunter. Seems okay. We've got 4 points left over. So anything not important. But I've missed out here. We will have slightly... we're low life? I don't know. Maybe we won't have lower life. We do get some life in here. I guess we'll take those. Okay, this will do. Life's actually higher. Okay. Yeah, this will be interesting. I'll start with this variant because it hits more, so it's definitely going to make use of both of the cooldown mechanics, but I think you can only really do this with that version. So it'll be interesting to see how that performs. Alright, let's just empty these out. Sell those.
It is done.
Gem fragments, okay. Oops, want that. Doop doop doop. Okay. Social those. Right, war plan. What do I need to level up? I think they're all at level 6, so I can just level out. Oh, okay. Not Helltide's the only one I've done, so we'll just avoid Helltide ones for now if I can. Yeah, we'll try. Well, I'm just going to try a range of stuff here because I want to see how it generally performs. I'm going to do the pits as well because I can level up this wildfire glyph. This will be interesting. I need to be in a situation where I can spam Protector, and the cooldown and Protector is really high here, so I've got like no cooldown reduction anywhere on the build, which is a problem. So you're fully relying on your other 2 cooldown mechanics to make that work, and it might not work. Not without stacking cooldown elsewhere, and that's kind of what I want to test. In fact, before I go and do an Undercity, I'm just going to go to Helltide or something. Just so I can prove that out. Because I don't really want to enter Undercity and find that I just can't play the build when it's bricked. If you do exclamation mark build with no space, Lacey, it'll bring up the build for you. Debaros, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. Alright, let's see what it's the cooldown situation. What I'm most interested in, like, can I spam? I don't think I'm going to be able to spam Protector fast enough, yeah. Yeah, this is what I thought. I would absolutely need cooldown reduction on this build to make that work. If you can't spam Protector, you can't stack your Supremacy, so it just bricks the build. Essentially. So, yeah, you'd need to stack cooldown reduction on the build. If only my ultimates... I can't have it's only my ultimates on cooldown. You need to have Ravager up, obviously build don't work. And if you don't have the other things up, you're going to be squishy as hell. So you're never going to be in a situation where you can reduce your Protector cooldown fast enough. I'd need at least 50% resource. I need at least 50% cooldown reduction here. For that to work. Yeah, this is what I thought. So, Prodigy's tempo probably is the play, just... I mean, where we could get... If I didn't have resource cost there and I had cooldown reduction, I'd have to have resource cost reduction somewhere else. Could technically get cooldown reduction on both of my rings here. The 2 places. But that would only net me, what, like 15, 16% maybe. Getting to the required cooldown reduction will be really hard. I think. I think you'd have to go Loyalty's Mantle and go all in on Jaguar. And you'd have to use Hunter. I think that version will only work if you go full Hunter Rake. So your cooldowns are low by default. So you go Rizoka's full Hunter. But it's going to be lower damage than using the Harmony of Ibawaka, which is just too much damage, especially with the Multitude Talisman. So I think overall, this version is definitely better. That's why at least I've tried it and tested it. This is what I figured. So we'll stick that back on. And now we can go do the rest of the content. Is there a loyalty play? That's what I was saying, Bechara, yeah, but I don't think it'll be as good. I've just swapped back to the other version. The problem is, loyalties will solve your cooldown, and that will give you the cooldown reduction, especially if you get a mythic one. That's 78%. That just solves your cooldown reduction. You would have to use the hunter, because it won't reduce the protector ultimate. It's the ultimate you need to be able to spam. So you'd have to have the hunter on with the loyalties mantle so that you can go double Jaguar, I think. Or you could go double Gorilla. How would that work? Let me read the loyalties mantle again. I'm getting my head in a twist now. Loyalties mantle. While your Spirit Halls match, their bonuses are... Okay, so I mean, you could go double Gorilla. That would reduce your Protector. It wouldn't reduce any of these, but these were kind of coming off cooldown anyway. The only problem, really, is it's counterintuitive. You lose too much damage. The Multitude Talisman... You wouldn't use this talisman set with it. You'd have to go Rizoka's, and Rizoka's is poop right now. It's the only other set you could use. And yeah, I say the Rizoka's set is just a bit rubbish. Like, the big damage from it is just too inconsistent. You end up with 50% downtime, best case scenario. So it's just, it sucks on bossing and such. This one here, because I get all 4 spirits due to having 2 here, Jaguar and here, and then I get the 4th casting Protector, I get 80x on the top. Plus, it means casting Rake, I've got 3 of them on demand on the bottom, and the Protector covers the other, so that's 200x. That bottom bit can be replaced with a Mythic Seal later. But it also means I get 4 times damage on my Harmony, 120, and if I get a Mythic, it goes up to 156. It's just too much damage. The loyalties just does not compare. That'd be the only way to do it, I think. It's a good thought, though, Besachar. Maybe later on, if they made Rizoka's much stronger, much better, then maybe. Yeah. It's just so far ahead right now, yeah. So I think right now in this current season, that's probably the play. And what this, I think, allows us to do... This either allows us to cap our resource cost reduction and gives us more damage, or it even allows us to go to 100% resource cost reduction, because we've got 71.8 here. It will be in combat, 71.8. It'd be a little higher about the GA there. And then the rest of the resource cost will be gone from this. Or maybe it does that first and then it reduces the rest. But either way, it probably allows me to go above 75% resource cost reduction, which the others can't do. Dabaros, how's it going? Hey, you been enjoying my build guides? Nice. Second season D4, nice. Welcome to the community, man. I kind of went all in on the evade spam counter swarm, so I wanted to try something new. Okay, was trying Crushing Hand, then out on your Stinger build. I'm enjoying it, but despite having Rod of Kepaleka and full vigor, I sometimes don't crit. Do you have a Ring of Midnight Sun? You need that as well. You need the Rod of Kepaleka and the Ring of Midnight Sun. I'll be playing Crushing Hand tomorrow and updating that guide with the slight changes I did to Rake today, so like defensive stuff. What about Eagle Tag Team? Fast reuse timer and 4 charges. You lose too much damage not having Hesherek Asungi. Hesherek Asungi is 120. You get a Mythic that goes up to 156 as well. We're sort of like funneled into using these because of the way Mythics work and the damage multipliers. So it's just, you could do it, but you probably will do a lot less damage. But yeah, Deborahs, for you, I'm enjoying this Rake build. It somehow looks funner and cooler than Stinger. Stinger's really fun. Like, that's what I've been playing until today. Maybe I'm just Fireclaw coded. Yeah, you need a Rod of Kepaleka with the highest aspect you possibly can. And then you need a Ring of Midnight Sun with at least 47%. And then when you've got that, you need enough resource generation so that when you're at full resource, you consume it all with the Rod of Kepaleka, hit big, hit hard, guaranteed crit. That guaranteed crit activates your Ring of Midnight Sun as long as you hit an enemy. And then if you've got enough resource cost reduction, it essentially refills your resource, so every attack does this. The only thing it doesn't work on is world bosses, because world bosses, for some reason, do not work with any on-hit effects in the game, so it just bricks these builds, which is kind of annoying. A-Run, how's it going? Is Pestilent build not good anymore? It's the top pushing build. If you do ! Swarm, you can look at the build guide there. But yeah, it's the strongest build still. I just don't want to play it for hundreds of hours again because I did that last season. I'm playing some of the other builds. I will play Swarm at some point. I just fancy doing some of the other builds because they do work. Like, these builds work fine in T12. They're just not as strong as that, that's all. Okay, right, let's do some of these. So today I'm doing Rake. Tomorrow I'll do Crushing Hand. Try and get some videos out for some of these. What we got to shove in here? Talisman items. I guess where I got a Mythic Seal the other day. You do have the Ring of Midnight Sun. What's the aspects on it? How much? How high is the value on it? Yeah, what's the aspect value? 48. And how much resource generation do you have in town? So when you're standing in town, look for your vigor generation value and how much do you have there? Okay, you have enough. It should work then. You do need to hit an enemy. If you don't hit an enemy, it won't crit. And then it will just empty your resource, and then you'll have to wait for your resource to fill back up again. But otherwise, it should work, I think. Yeah, I mean, Stinger is stronger than this. It's funny, like, everyone put like Poison Stinger as a F tier build. It is the strongest core skill right now. Just because of that bug that's going on in the background. That's why I put it in S tier. Yes, you need to have Ravager up. If you don't have that up, you definitely won't crit, because that gets you the rest of your resource cost reduction. Are you wearing a Lochran's Talisman? Have you got the Mythic Seal with the Lochran's Talisman on? If so, take that off. This will probably be better for bossing, maybe. It won't be as good overall, though, I don't think. Okay, I have to see your build then. Because it should work. If you've got a Rod of Kepaleka on, and you've got the Ring of Midnight Sun on, and you've got enough resource generation, and the aspect's high enough, the resource loop should work. And then you should crit every time. With that specific attack. You might see non-crit numbers for other things, like Ravager's hits and such. They won't guarantee crit. But your Ring of Midnight, but your Rod of Kepaleka attack should. And you'll see, because your resource will just, it'll flick. It'll flicker like it's emptied and refilled again, like mine is right now. But if I miss an enemy, I have to wait until it regenerates. Yeah. I turn normal numbers off because Ravager hits... When you've got Fire Ravager on, Fire Ravager hits enemies on top of your hits. It's like 3 hits. But they won't crit. Like, it's only your Rod of Kepaleka hit that guarantees to crit. Yeah, so it might be that you're seeing. It might be working. It's just you're getting the imitation of it not working, that's all. That would make more sense. This version is better than what 1.3.2.4. I mean, this is perfectly fine for T12. I'm just chilling. I'm just trying out some different builds. Yeah, this is... I mean, this is... Yeah, it should be fun. I mean, it's pretty good at bossing, so that's pretty fun. You'll see me do a couple bosses in a minute. I think I've got a couple in this war plan. This is hitting upwards of trillions, like 1, 2. I've seen a maximum of about 2 trillion on a single hit. So it's not as strong as Stinger in a clearing situation, but it should be probably stronger on bosses, maybe. Stinger is stronger than people think, though, just because of the way it works. I'll just activate these just for in case they spawn goblins. Because it's a talisman one. I got a Mythic Seal from one of these the other day. So you never know. Might get one again. I don't need to clear them, though. Yeah, it's pretty fun. this variant isn't omnidirection, so you do have to attack in your direction. The other version, Spirit Rake, is a bit more omnidirectional, but it doesn't hit as hard. That would be the version to use if you were ever to use Rizokas with it, but this does not work. This build does not work with Rizokas at all. Like, it's terrible. I tried it last season. It made me very sad. I was going to say something else. It made me so sad. I nearly deleted the build as I stopped using Rizokas on it. Rizokas is just trash at the moment. I won't use it on any of my builds except for... Yeah, it's pretty good for bossing. I won't use Rizokas on anything other than Spiritborn, my fire rock splitter, because that build is literally made for it. Fire rock splitter is exactly what we were just chatting about for Rake. Loyalties, full Jaguar, that actually does okay, but it's terrible for bossing. Because Rizokas sucks with bossing, full stop. Yeah, it does pretty well on bosses, this, actually. No, we don't need that one. Save all these. Yeah. What's next? Okay, Horde. Let me know if you want a quick carry. No, I'm okay, thank you, Mr. Andro. But thank you for the offer. You three, how's it going? World boss in 4 minutes. Oh, okay. Have I missed it, or is it still... Oh, okay, yeah, I might go run up and get that. Yeah, I might go do that then. Why not? I can't actually do anything, though, against the world boss, because, as I say, these Rod of Kepaleka builds that rely on the Ring of Midnight Sun. The Ring of Midnight Sun doesn't work on hit effects, just straight up don't work on bosses, on the world bosses. Of any kind, not just the Ring of Midnight Sun. It's been a bug since the beginning of time. Just more prevalent now that you've got builds that literally rely on them, those sorts of mechanics. Screw it, might as well kill him some gold while we're here. Take all the gold we can get. Don't know how much that gave me. Maybe about 50 mil or something. In comparison to Whirlwind Barb, does Whirlwind Barb just zoom through content with ease in comparison? Yes, because it's pretty much a lazy build. You just hold down Whirlwinds, it moves at 300% movement speed, give or take, and just nukes the screen. It's actually crazy that Barbarians get more movement speed than Spiritborns. That's completely bonkers to me. We're a skinnier, more nimble character, and we can't get movement speed up there as easy as Barbs do. That's wild to me. It should be the other way round. Like, we should be able to run a lot faster than Barbarians, but, you know, they're Beyblades, yeah. Lower barrier to entry? Not sure, because I haven't played them. I do know the stuff like the Immortal Barb requires you to have the Melted Heart of Selig. 2 trillion is low damage, Danny. It is, yes, but it's still high. Like, that's still a lot of damage. But obviously, there are, I mean, I've hit for quadrillions on my Stinger build. In fact, the Stinger build can probably hit harder than anything else in the game if you pull the whole map together in a pit. You can get to quintillions. I know someone who's done it, but it very much it just requires you to have a lot of enemies all grouped together. So you'll never do that in the tower, ever. Because the boss at the end never has mobs on it. So the damage numbers are all relative. Sometimes, like, you got to think of it another way. Like, if you've got a build that hits twice as fast but hits half as much, you're still doing as much DPS. You just don't do as big a numbers, but you're doing as much damage over time. But yeah, I mean, this build is not an S tier build for that reason. I put this in A tier because our criteria for overall A is it smashes T12 and it can do a certain level of pit. I think we said it can do a pit 125. This will do a pit 125. It might not be fast, but you'll definitely do it. And I don't have absolutely GG gear. I've got some mythic upgrades and stuff I could get, which would bring those numbers up a little bit. So yeah, you're right. But I like to play some of these builds and show that other things can be played. Some people only care about doing the tower pushing, and that's fine. Pull the cord and watch them rip around. Wreaking havoc, yeah, exactly. Hasn't Barb been over the top for seasons now? I mean, kind of, I guess. Halison, fairly easy to gear it up, but it's very squishy until you get Melted Heart. Yeah, there you go. What Halison said. What's the deal with the mythics? What do you mean, Breakpoint? Hey, Deltoff. I'm good, mate. I'm good. How are you doing, Deltoff? Easier to gear up for most Spiritborn builds, but barbs ramp up in damage faster, even without proper gear, yeah. Yeah, they've got some bigger damage scalers than us, like max resource scalers and stuff, but we got our max resource scaler just got nukes in general. We used to be able to scale that way higher for these builds, and they removed all of them except Rod of Kepaleka. Now, they gave Rod of Kepaleka a nice buff this season, but it still is nowhere near Swarm, even after that, even though Swarm got double nerfed as well. It's kind of wild that Swarm is still so far ahead. So, yeah. Yeah, my damage is going to be wet noodle here, because, like I say, you can see my resource doesn't refill when I hit like it's meant to. The on-hit effect doesn't really work properly. Oh, well, he didn't say too long. We got all sorts in here, Whirlwind and Swarmborns and all sorts. Okay.
Thanks.
Nice. Don't really know if that did much for me, really. Probably not. And he's in while I'm here. Loads of rewards to claim. I haven't been claiming. Didn't realise I didn't even have that maxed out. Good. I do now. What is the most fun and interactive build I like? Good question. One sec, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, that's better. That came on fast. Most interactive build I like. I don't know. It's a tough question. I really liked the Crushing Hand before they nuked it a little bit. The new version of Crushing Hand that actually works kind of right now is what the unrelenting aspect used to be. It's not the go into a room and one-shot the whole room thing like Stinger does right now. But I used to like having the Ravager lock-on in the tree, so I didn't have to use the Path of Emissaries for it. And that just felt really nice. That doesn't exist anymore, though. Firestorm's probably going to be pretty good when I get to it. Someone said they couldn't get it viable, but I'm pretty sure it will be viable. Because I tested it in PCR and was doing Pit 125 with it. Grim Dawn on July the 23rd. Yes, I intend to be doing a 24-hour blast for that on the 23rd. It's going to be good. Saying that, I haven't got a level 100 character, which I think you need to play the expansion content. So I might have to just start from scratch and blast up the levels as fast as I can. The patch that's coming on Tuesday regarding Mythics. Oh, I don't know, Breakpoint. We haven't been told. We just got told that there's a patch coming. How easy is it to swap between Stinger to this Rake setup? Very. I didn't have to change any of my gear at all for my gear. I just changed my skill tree. I even used the same Paragon board. Yeah, it was basically the same for me, Dabros, because I didn't have any fire damage multis anywhere. So I've only got like vulnerable and crit damage multis and such. So I just straight up transferred my gear from one to the other. Which is why I chose to do this one first, and I'll probably do Crushing Hand tomorrow. Because a lot of the gear stays the same there. I'll need to get Temerity, maybe get hold of Temerity, but I've probably got one already. Yeah, Grim Dawns. Yeah, I've played it a little bit recently, but yeah, it's got its last expansion coming out on the 23rd. So I definitely intend to give that a little blast. Same for the set bonus. Yeah, I've just swapped around to Eagle Centipedes. In a pushing scenario, you go Centipede Eagle for damage and damage reduction, but I like the movement speed on Eagle. Yeah, so I might make the video for this after stream, Deborah Ross, before I go to sleep, because it's going to be very hot in the day tomorrow. it'll be cooler after stream. So I may well, given the build is literally going, the build's in a state, I can make a video of it. I can do all the bosses. I can probably go and kill. I'll go test T12 Lilith in a minute. I bet I can kill with this. But all the things I normally take for a video, I can do now. Like, I can get all the video footage very quickly. I just need to record the footage. It won't take me that long. Yeah, it's good. So I'll finish stream around 4, half 4. I'll probably go get a quick bite to eat or something. And then I'll probably do it at that point. Because although it sounds like crazy, because it's crazy time in the morning, it will be cooler here. And I can get that done, edited. I'm then going to go and work out after that. Before I go to sleep. I basically sleep half the day and then I stream at night at the moment. But it's just going to be really hot in the day tomorrow. So I don't really want to go outside much anyway. Like, really humid hot. So unless you're out on the beach or actually out to enjoy the weather, you don't really want to be outside in it, you know. I've got quite a lot of tattoos and stuff, so I don't really get my skin out in the sun much. Gives me the chills. Yeah, I mean, Spiritborn, there's one thing that Spiritborn has that's up there as some of the best in the game. Spiritborn's got some of the best skill animations in the game. Like, some of them look sick. And all I can do is go, look, this is where I can give them a rundown at the end of the season of how well each build does. I'll just say, look, this is roughly where they're landing pit-wise. If you want to balance skills and make a new meta... I mean, look, for Season 15, I would imagine we're going to get a proper seasonal mechanic. Like, maybe a power creep mechanic, or maybe some way of itemization, or something like this. Season 14 was definitely a smaller season, because it came after 8 weeks of the expansion. So I would expect something a bit bigger for Season 15. So that might affect builds anyway. Like, for example, we had Chaos Uniques in one season, and that drastically changed how builds can be built, and that brought some extra builds up front. But if we didn't have that, if they want to change the meta, it's good for them if they know where all the builds land. And I've got videos, and I'm like, look, I didn't push all these with transfigurations. All of my estimations are without transfigurations, because I don't tend to transfigure a lot of my gear, so I can repurpose it. I kind of wish I didn't transfigure my Hesherek Asungis here, because I can't repurpose it very well for some builds. Like, I'm actually going to need to get a pair, like I've got, which will work. So I can put a physical damage temper on it for Crushing Hand, for example, probably. I'm just going to lose damage on Crushing Hand by not having that, but never mind. So obviously, if you get the right transfigurations, you can get quite a bit of power there as well. Oh, we got goblins. Nice. Winning. Might actually get enough of Barsuck in this run then. We'll see. So I know some of these builds aren't like S-tier, top-tier builds, but they are strong enough to do tier 12. Like, we've cut, you know, fairly comfortably. I'm not going to be carrying T12 Mephistos on these builds, probably, but if someone just wants to go and play around a few builds, they're here. But it also means I can go to the devs and give them a rundown of how the class is doing. And then they can go ahead and balance. I mean, it's quite obvious to them that Swarm is still miles ahead, so they'll have to decide what they do with that, really. You know. They'll have to decide whether they nerf it again or whether they just try and buff a load of other stuff up. But the other stuff will need some pretty significant buffs. Because they're like 10 pit levels behind in a lot of cases. And 10 pit levels at like 135 plus, because I think Swarm's going to 145, is a big difference. Yeah, so this build, if I was running Spirit Rake, I'd have probably killed a lot more goblins there. But I'd do a lot less damage, so... yeah. Stinger is absolutely better than this overall. So I was right. My estimations on the tier list were pretty good actually this season. They were a lot better than the other websites. No shade to them, but they just got it completely wrong for the most part. They put like most of the builds down in C tier, and that's definitely wrong. I don't know how they did their criteria, but some of those builds definitely deserve to be higher than C tier. Have you looked at any of the potency skills? Razor Wings is going to be very hard to make work. They made a slight adjustment from the PTR after me going on at them saying this doesn't work. And the change will not fix the skill. It will make it work a little better than it did, but it probably still won't work very well. Rushing Claw, the one that's designed to do a lot of damage, does not work. It needs to be for every stack of Ferocity. It literally makes it so it reduces the cooldown, not the cooldown rate. I mean, you can make it do hit 100 plus. The problem is, you can't do the full damage with it every cast fast enough for it to do enough DPS. Yeah, so that one doesn't really work. Touch of Death does work. I decided I have a Touch of Death build, and I will play that this season. I decided not to go down the Rod of Kepaleka route with that, which will probably be the strongest the strongest Touch of Death build. However, it's basically just a weaker Poison Stinger. So I was like, there's no point me having a Touch of Death build. It's almost exactly the same as Stinger, just with Touch of Death in the skill instead. That's just weaker than Stinger. So I decided to do a full Poison, full Centipede Touch of Death build. Double Centipede Spirit Halls with Loyalty's Mantle and the Craze of Dead God. Praise God's gloves, the Dead God's gloves. It's the tankiest build we've got. When you built it correctly, it's insanely tanky. And you don't stack barrier on it. The problem with that build is twofold. One, the gloves, in an ideal world, would increase the number of swarms you can maximum have from 3 to like 8 or something. So you can have lots of swarms. It would also tag them as summons. And it would change the way that the aspect works, so it doesn't require your health to be poisoned to increase the amount of lucky hit chance to actually... Basically, those gloves are meant to auto-cast your swarms for you, or auto-cast Infection of Touch of Death for you. The problem is, when you get high enough and tanky enough, it's very hard to get your life fully poisoned all the time. So you end up with like 2%, 5-10% of your life poison, and you get like basically no chance for this to activate ever. So the way that that works needs to change. I can see why they've done it that way, because they want to make it so you don't use barrier. They've tried to force you not to use barrier. They would have been better to just make it so the gloves say, while you have 0 barrier, you get this % chance to also cast Touch of Death or something. If that to me is basically why they've done it that way. And to try and force you into healing. So they could change it so that it always works with a certain chance, not based on your lucky hit, but it isn't just left with a 0% chance if your life is not poisoned. So you still have to manually cast Touch of Death with them. But the build works okay, so that one works alright. And Payback does work with the Rod of Kepaleka version only, and it's okay. But it's not as strong as the likes of Crushing Hand and such, and because they took away the Thorn scaling in that skill completely, it's not really that interesting anymore. It used to be like fire a pulse forward scaling on Thorns. I mean, Thorns has its own set of problems right now with scaling, and that could use some love as well. Across the whole game, like, there aren't really any Thorns builds excelling right now, and one of the reasons for that is we don't have a Thorns damage multiplier affix. We've only got dot and crit damage multipliers, and they're the biggest multipliers you can get on gear, so everything, so Thorns for the most part falls behind. And our only Thorns build last season that did really well got gutted because we now no longer can activate it fast enough like we could with the crazy evasive swipe stuff, which we just can't use full stop anymore because it doesn't even count as an evade anymore, and you can't evade fast enough. So yeah, there's a whole set of problems individually for Thorns. So they all, most of them kind of work. They're just really underwhelming or not that interesting. Hot for you is like 70 degrees. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, how hot? And it's humid hot, though. Yeah, it's humid hot. So it's like, it might only be 30 degrees, but it feels like 38. Because it's so humid here. Yeah, this build does alright at bossing. And that one. Always open the talisman one. Always open it. I'm just going for gold because I don't actually need... I mean, they've still got the balancing for Obdusite completely off. I mean, Obdusite comes in... How much Obdusite do I have? I have 256,000 Obdusite. Even Scrolls of Restoration. I'm never going to use... And the Athyron. I'm never running out of those, ever. Forgotten Souls will be the bane of my life again this season, probably, if I run out of anything. Oh, that's quite a nice chest piece. See if that drops anything useful. Probably not. A lot of unique charms by the looks of it. Which I can't even pick up. Oh, damn. But I'm obviously picking up the unique charms at least. Oh, that's nice. Damn. Quatley's Grace. 10% Eagle skill damage and a high crit damage one. That's a really nice legendary seal. We'll keep that. I mean, I don't know how good Storm Feathers is going to end up being this season, but that would certainly be really nice for it. I'll have to come back for this stuff in a moment. If it'll let me. We have a lot of cornfields. When it gets really hot, the moisture in the corn evaporates into the air and raises the humidity. Oh, does it? Oh. Interesting. You have awful tattoo care sometimes, Deberos. Yeah, I'm definitely more of a nighttime person than a daytime person, me. Let's go sell. I'm selling all my legendary seals. That's kind of how I'm keeping my gold up. 13 mil a pop. Sell 5 or so. You sort of accrued them quite quickly in T12. Right, where are they? Here we go. Stump these over here. I knew it wouldn't take me long to refill those. Go get me some more Protean hearts. Might actually go farm a couple now. Because I can craft some more stuff. Yeah, I've run out of them. That is quite a nice little chest piece I just picked up. Oh, got an empty. Ooh. I might get rid of that and stick. I might do this. I don't need these anymore. That can come over here. Okay.
It is done.
Oh yes, let's go get the rest of those things that are on the floor, don't I? We had 88% 88% humidity. Okay, that's high compared to us. I mean, we're probably in the 70 to 80% bracket at the peak right now. Yeah, so these pair of gloves here, lucky hit, direct damage has up to a 25% chance based on your poisoned life percentage to infect an enemy with touch of death. I think this would be better if it was just like, just has a lucky hit, up to 25% chance while you have no barrier to do it. That would solve the problem. That creates the same requirement. It just doesn't scale based on your poison life, which means if you don't have any poisoned life, you still can't have barrier, but you just have to stack lucky hit chance. And you get up to 25% chance on direct damage to auto cast your swarms. I think that would be great. That would fix these gloves somewhat. But we also want to make it so this makes your swarms, you can have up to 8 infections or something, like loads more of them. Tag them as summons. That would make that build pretty sick. I think that'd be pretty fun. You'd have like a summon build. This one here, and they all like erupt. All your swarms erupt, applying poison damage. Yeah. So I haven't actually recommended that to the devs yet, but I will be at some point. That would be that'd be very different. So, that would make that uniquely different. And actually decent. Those pair of gloves have just sort of been a bit of a meme for a while. Why does it even drop summon aspects exactly? That would give us a reason to use them, right? Like summon attack speed would suddenly become really good on that build, because if that meant that their pulses attacked faster, then it's another way of scaling your damage on that build, for example. So yeah, in Texas the humidity sucks. I can imagine. Yeah, it does. I imagine it does. This is the thing. You guys are going to be used to the heat way more than we are, I think. Let's try a 110. I mean, if I can get a 120 down on this, I'll be happy enough, because my gear's not GG. I'm not going to sit and do a 15-minute grind. I don't need to do that. I should be able to do 120. I mean, look, I should be able to do 120. This is 110. I'm melting it. It's the same gear I was using on Stinger, and that was easily doing 120s, so... Oh, wrong way. With that many enemies, it's worth killing them, because they might drop the progress bobbles. Here we go. Where is the elite? I can see there's one here, because I'm getting the crackling souls on me. There's got to be an elite around here somewhere. There he is. I was going to say, I'm getting crackling souls on me. There must be an elite somewhere. Yeah, smashed him. 2 trillion. Yeah, 44 ranks in Ravager. Rake, sorry, not Ravager. It's the sort of movement speed I've got right now. 226. Yeah. Should be able to easily get it. I mean, the boss will probably go. The thing is, with this build, the boss won't be slower. The boss is very quick. But I'm only hitting the boss, I get double damage. So this will technically be a lot better at bossing than what the Stinger was. We just don't have quite the same clearance, but it's still pretty decent. Alright, let's level all these up. I guess I'll start by getting them all to 51, because then at least got their biggest size. Yeah, I've got a boss coming up and another pit. We'll try 120 on the next pit. 87 Fahrenheit right now, humidity 71. Let me tell you what the temperature is here. 1 second. South end temperature. I mean, it's nighttime right now. It's 69 Fahrenheit here right now at nighttime. Tomorrow is going to go to a high of 83 with 76 humidity. It's currently 76% humidity here. So it might only be 21 degrees right now at night time, but it's 76% humidity. Yeah. It is getting cooler on Friday. On Friday, it goes down again. We're back into 24 degrees, you know, like centigrade, 68 humidity. So it's not going to be quite as insane. So I've just got to get through till Friday, yeah. So it's the humidity. Like, we don't get as hot, but the humidity just goes really high, yeah. We're kind of getting that tropical stuff coming over from Europe. It's like places like France and Spain. My grandparents used to live in Nerja, Spain, on like the Costa del Sol strip on the southern part of Spain. They used to live there. And I used to go there all the time. And their April through to October, like their summers were unbearably hot for us. They were always hot. They were hotter than what we've got here now, and humid. So that's the sort of weather. It's just come over here. It's been blown over by, or however it works, you know. Geography is not my strongest trait. So it's, yeah, definitely don't want to get hit by this. That will do me over. Don't want to get pincered. I would be screwed if they do this. For some reason, if I'm too close to him, some of my moves don't do any damage. I've had that before. I still killed him before he went underground. Yeah, that was weird. You can sit on his feet and he'll just do like no damage. It's like your hitbox doesn't hit him. Alright, let's go back to try 120. The heat wave's getting worse for the UK. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we got one last year, not like this. Last year was quite a tame summer. This year, we've had 2 so far. So, it's been drastically warm for us. Yeah, let's try 120 here. Last year was crazy there. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I do know Texas gets very hot. On average, you'll be way hotter than us. More of the time. So I'd say you guys will probably be more used to it than us to some degree. Let's wait for supremacy to stack up a little. Hopefully, I mean, going up 10 pit levels from 110 to 120 is quite a big damage HP boost. I think it's like 7x damage required. So you can see, yeah. Well, it should be capable of doing a 120, but I will need to have supremacy stacks up probably. What these got on them. There we go, we're starting to do some damage now. But yeah, it's just not as good at this kind of thing as Stinger. I'll be interested to see how we do on the boss when we get to it. Now the gorilla version has, let's say, a lot more. It packs a lot more punch. It's like 2.5 times the damage of this one. If you take into account the 100x on bosses, it's about 50% stronger than the bossing activation on this, where you only hit a single target. So Gorilla Rake should be the strongest Rake build once we get to it. Although we do lose the Hesher Kasungi scaling. And that's a very powerful aspect we won't have, so yeah. But that theoretically should go, it should do this a bit easier, I think. Enemies here. I'll try and kill them because we get the progress blobs drop. I cannot see much underneath those numbers. There's a lot of enemies in there. I can't see. I can't see anything. It's too many numbers. probably could take the explosion, but I'm not going to stand in it and find out. Ow, something hurt me there. Not really sure what hit me there, but that hurt. Obviously, bear in mind, I'm playing a tankier version of the build. I mean, if I wanted to go glass cannon, I could absolutely do the max resolve stacking with redirected force, interdiction, and take all that stuff, and then you take the colossal glyph, get the damage there as well. So that would make a 120 easy here in terms of damage requirement. But I wouldn't be able to just straight up tank a bunch of the things I am right now. You would just get one shot a lot. So it wouldn't be particularly fun, I don't think. Oh, it's actually not as slow as I thought it was going to be. It looked like it was going to be really slow at the start, but maybe we'll get this done in 5-ish minutes, maybe just over. Because this map's not the greatest map in the world. For progress, like, it looks lovely. It's a bit annoying to navigate this one. Maybe I can get enough progress from these that I don't need to have to run through the whole map. It's probably going to be nearer 6 minutes, I think. I'd be interested to see what the boss is like when we get to it. I might have enough. Depends how many progress orbs drop for me. Yeah, I did. Sweet, okay. Now we just need to get rid of these enemies, so we're only hitting a single target. Yes, the bossing's pretty good on this. Like, relatively speaking, I just need the ads to go away. This build, you want the opposite. You don't want ads. You only want to hit the boss. Because then you'll do, like, twice as much damage to it. So the second there's no more minions around, we'll do a lot more damage to the boss. Yeah. Total opposite to Stinger, where you just want loads of mobs. Okay, it's going to be just over 5.5 minutes. For some reason, I'm not hurting it now. Why? There we go. Yeah, I think that's the thing. If you're right on his feet, you won't do any damage. There you go. 5 minutes, 40 seconds. That's not terrible. Probably wasn't the fastest I could have cleared that. So, I mean, I could do a 1-2-5 on this setup right now. Even with the tanky setup, it would be near a 15-minute run, but you could do it. You'd be somewhere between 13 and 15-minute run, I think. This will be better in the tower than, well, yeah, the problem with Stinger is the boss at the end. This, theoretically, if you go full glass cannon, would be better in the tower, I think, yeah. Oh, sweet, we can go hand that in. When a great ape hides among the trees, it's a gorilla. Yes, Bimmerbot. Sneaky gorilla. Wilson, how's it going? Just wondering, do you use numlock? No. I don't. No, I'm not going to throw shade at anyone who decides to do anything like that, but I don't do anything like that. I play. That's just my fingers pressing the buttons. I've done it so much, it's like muscle memory for me at this point, like driving a car. My fingers just do these things. But yeah, I don't use anything like that. I mean, technically speaking, it's a breaker TOS, but, you know, I understand why people do it for some of these builds, because they are a bit heavy on the APM. Where are we up to? My war plans are getting quite close now. That's nearly done, that's nearly done. That one's done. I need to do more undercities, more bosses, more pits, okay. Let's re-roll this. Pit. Forces me into an escalation, though. Pit, boss, pit. Don't really need a hell tide, but there's a lot of pits here. I might do this and just do some lower ones just to smash through them. Yeah. Because pit's one of the categories I'm the furthest behind on. Now let's run some 115s because I'll just be a little bit quicker than what I just did. Hello, cat. Oh, black and white cat's just appeared. One sec, mate. I'm killing some demons. You alright, mate? Come here. It's hot, isn't it? Oops. Oh, I'm being attacked. Oh dear. Alright, I better go back to killing these demons. You're a good boy, aren't you? Yeah, I should, as long as I get half decent maps, I should be able to clear these ones quite quickly. It's allowing me to get my war plans maxed out. I should be getting my war plans maxed tonight. Yeah, I kind of wish we could just get a little bit more movement speed as well. I mean, there are ways to do it. And I've heard some really interesting ideas, like how we've got Coolian transfigurations on the amulet. It'd be really nice if we could do that on the boots for another, like, mobility aspects. And, like, maybe one ring or something for another resource aspect. But you could only get resource and you could only get mobility aspects on them. So it creates some interesting layers there where, for like us particularly, it'd be really nice. We'd be able to put like another movement speed cat 2 aspects on the mobility, for example. And there are some resource aspects that'd be nice. We just can't reasonably use them without losing way too much damage as a result. Hey Miranda, how's it going? Welcome in. Which build of yours are you using right now? This is Rake. If you do !mark build, that is the one I'm playing. I've updated it just at the start of stream. Just to have all the latest stuff. I'm going to do the same treatment on Crushing Hand and Quill Volley so that they'll have the latest stuff in them. I'm going to play Crushing Hand tomorrow and then Quill Volley the day after. Lightning Quill Volley the day after. We can get to some variants like Fire Quill Volley and Gorilla Rake at some point. You're on my mythic build. Are you playing my Stinger build, Miranda? I was playing Stinger up until today. I'm going to be playing some different builds now during this week, just so I can get some build videos out of other builds for those that are interested. Yeah, okay. Stinger's probably stronger overall. This is pretty good at bossing, though, this build. So, you know, it has its strengths. It has kind of like the opposite effects. This version, you kind of want to not have mobs on the boss, while Stinger you definitely want mobs on the boss. Let's get all these up, sir. 51 here. I'm just going to check my rake guide just to double check I actually put the right variant of rake on. Doop-de-doop-de-doop. I did. Very good. Yeah, this is the one I ended up theorying on. It's just more damage. Spirit Rake, as I say, would work if Rizoka's was better. That you would use it without Prodigy Sempo or something. I don't know. Yeah, maybe not. Right, Harbinger, nice. That's the right boss as well. Need to kill him. Oh, there you go, Miranda. Zach's got you. Thanks, Zach. Hey, Taters, how you doing? Yeah, how you doing, Taters? You good? From Uno No Mercy. Did you win? You're surviving. Well, that's good to hear. Glad that you're surviving. Yeah, so as long as we stacked up supremacy, we'll kill the boss easily enough here. Get me some Procyon charms here. Maybe I can go roll a better one. Picks up a whole load of random unique charms. That should be at least one. Oh, that's a pretty good one, though. I've already got a mythic one, screw it. Frostburn, we already got that, so we can use that towards it. Alright, we'll go roll another one of these. Work just became more interesting. Oh, okay. Interesting in a good or bad way. You just wanted to have fun. Nice. Well, that's really the main objective of playing a game, isn't it? Having fun. I definitely don't need either of these on this class. Stick that in there. Stick those in. Crafts. All stats again. It's only got 17% on it. Can you re-roll? Does that actually work now? I still roll 17. Can you actually roll that? Oh, it does roll different. Okay, that does work. Sweet, okay. Yes, it's technically slightly better than what I had. Only just. Oh well, go farm a few more of those maybe. How many spare charms do I got here? Technically, you can use that one as well. We won't be using Blood Mad on this, I don't think. I mean, it would give you a lot of damage, I suppose. Could probably repurpose a couple of those at this point. Yeah, so I could get a couple more. I might go kill that. I might go kill Harbinger again. Just while I'm there. Really want to get one of these with ranks if I can. Just charge up supremacy here. Good, but I have more higher ups interested in me and what I do. Okay, I see. Well, so, if it's a good interesting, then that's good. This will be a bit slow because I don't have all the supremacy stacks. And he decided to run over there. Interesting. We should still get him down in time, I think, just about. Really want to get him down before he goes to his portals, because it's a bit of a pain otherwise. Oh, I've got a couple, okay. That's probably enough for now. But I don't have enough. Oh, we got a blow as well, okay. Winning. Alright, let's go have a look at these. Go craft a couple more. Oh, I need to pick up those charms, don't I? Okay, let's stick one of those in. Oh, I need to pick them up. That would help. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Boff. No. Send speed skills. Okay. I mean, theoretically, I should give him more damage. 202, 303. 212, 318. What to see? That gives me 186 all stats. It's quite a lot, I suppose. Where are they? There we are. Save that one for later. In case I need to make another one. Oh, what's next? Oh, okay, another pit. Good. We'll see how this feels. You got a mythic gem war plan, and it gave you 8 heraldic gems and 5 flawless heraldic gems. Oh wow, that is really good. Damn. I still haven't had a mythic war plan, but my war plans will be. Hopefully, I'll have them maxed tonight. So that hopefully means I'll get one of these mythic war plans at some point. Damn. Yeah, I should probably go focus farm some gems at some point. Where is it? Oh, it's there. Alright, let me pick that up, please. Thank you. Oh, they're life links. That would explain why they're a bit tankier. Where does the Ring Scoundrel's Kiss drop for Rogue? I actually don't know. I'll have to go and have a look in a second. Does anyone know where that drops? Lucky duck, Oventar. Yeah, how you doing, Oventar? Does anyone know where the Scoundrel's Kiss drops for Rogue? I'd have to go look at our boss drop table and hopefully that has it in there. Otherwise, off the top of my head, I don't know. Hey, Pyro, 25 months. Thank you, Pyro. How you doing, dudes? Appreciate it. I looked and it was wrong. What, did you look on the mobilytics list and it was wrong? Question mark. Or did you look on the max roll list? Hey, Zetom, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. Google says the butcher. Oh, you just searched it. No, this is Rake. It's Rake what I'm playing here. You get it from the butcher, says Frogster. Okay, thanks. I think it's the butcher then. Apparently. Have you tried the butcher? My cat is just literally flopped on the floor like a douche. He's just hot and bothered. They're both to the right of me where the fan is, just sprawled out on my wooden floor. Hot and bothered, I think. Bless them. They'd be better sitting outside. Probably cooler breeze outside in the garden. So I don't know why they're sitting in here, the silly billies. You've not tried it. Okay, go try the butcher and see how that works out for you. What we got? Hellside, okay. This should give me a real nice bump to pit in my progress here. I need to do some undercities. Time. Oh, here we go. It's time fine. Yeah, we'll go up here. Sweet. Shouldn't take too long. Get 250, go get that chest, that'll be that done. Easy peasy. Usually there's better density here. It's taking ages to get these cinders. Only want 250. Should probably just come and ban one of these. Right, this will be fine. Can hand this in. You still have some spares to supremacy aspects. Okay, how high are the supremacy rolls? If anyone needs any supremacy aspects, let us know. Looks like we've got some spares hanging around. Okay, back to the pit. One more pit, and then that's that war plan done. Oh gosh. That had a bit of a slow load on it. One low and two high. Okay, yeah, if anyone needs a half decent supremacy aspect, let us know. Sounds like we've got at least two high ones lying around. I haven't been hanging on to too many of those. I'll tell you what I haven't done. I haven't done my loot filter for this build, have I? Although it's largely the same as Stinger, but I do need to. I'll do that in a second. What the? I thought I picked that up. Ah, that's weird. Doop, 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 doop. One useful thing about this is your Rake's so large you can stand a little bit away from not actually having to be on their feet, which for those explosions is quite handy because you're not literally standing on top of the molten explosions when they're going to blow up. So that's kind of useful. Just drop that thing on the floor again. Yep. That's him down. Hey, how's it going, Ainook? How you doing, man? Just got in. What's the rotation looking like? Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's a bit weaker than Stinger, generally speaking, but it's probably a little stronger at single target bossing because it's got double damage on single target only. So it's like the opposite effects of Stinger in a way. It's pretty fun, though. I mean, I've gone defensive gear. Like, it's the same gear I was using on Stinger, pretty much. I think the Gorilla version will be stronger overall because that gets even more damage than the double up damage one by nature. So, like, 1400%. So when we get to it, even after the 100x, this is still more damage than this, even with the double damage. So we'll get to Gorilla Rake at some point. Probably not tonight, but we will at some point. That's a separate build. It builds slightly differently, so I'm going to have a little think about that. But that will probably be the strongest Rake once we get around to it. Same as it was before. Okay, pit's a lot closer now. Horde's pretty close. Need bosses. Need Undercity. Okay, we're getting close. Undercity. Hordes aren't that far away. Boss. Undercity. Undercity. Nightmare Dungeon. Boss. Brilliant. They're the ones I'm really struggling on compared to the others. This will be a bit quicker. Does anyone want to do a Mythic Tribute with you? I can come and do one with you in a moment. Let me do this boss quickly. If you want. I should be fine doing that on this build. Andrew can come as well. Nice. Yeah, I think we can get a team together. This won't take me a moment. Only like a minute or so. I'm just going to stack up Supremacy because Andari will be a lot easier to kill once with that. It's pretty high as it is. Right, let's give the Maiden of Anguish a good old spank, shall we? Hello, Andariel. There we go. Easy peasy. Three GA polearm. Oh wow, that's a really good polearm. That's worth a lot of money. Holy hell. I know some people would really like that. GA max life, GA all damage, and GA damage over time multiplier, and you could roll the weapon damage into dex. That's almost GG for a polearm. Laughing my ass off, is sitting there going like, blah, 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 blah. Give it to me. I wonder how many billions that would sell for. Right, I'll sort my loot filter out in a moment. Let's go do this run quickly, so I'm not holding people up. You have a key as well. This is where everyone's like, oh, can I run mine too? Okay, if we're going to run a few of those, I'm going to quickly sort my loot filter, because it's only going to take me a moment. I think I've already got one, but I need to swap to it. Rake Spiritborn. Yeah, I'm just going to double check it's all correct. In fact, what did I add to the Stinger one? In fact, I think what I might do is be cheeky, and I might actually just delete this one. I can't add any more because it bugs out. And then I will duplicate my Poison Stinger. And then just adapt it. Because I added a couple of things to it. And considering how similar this is and what it's looking for. Desired commons. No, we don't need this right now. Yeah, show the mythic. Just forcing mythics on, for example. Yeah. GA Ancestrals. I'm just checking all it is. Yeah, this is fine. Show codex. Okay, fine. So the thing is I need to change is in here. I need to change poison to fire. It's basically the only thing I need to change for any of these. This will be the same. Ring will be the poison to fire. GA pants will be the same. Gloves will be poison's fire. Body armor will be the same. Weapons. Dex max life. Poison's fire. And then the rest is all the same. Like decide. Oh, we don't need Path Emissary. Goodbye.
Greetings.
Desired mythics. Harmony of Ibawaka. Hashareka Sangi. Rod of Kepaleka. Ring of Starless Skies. Desired Charms. That wouldn't be terrible. We don't want Lochran's Talisman. We want Zeppa's on secondness. Alright, there we go. Save changes. Copy. Stick that in the guide. And I'm going to stick it up on diablofilter.com as well. Updated loot filter. Okay, I'm just going to add the Diablo filter stuff as well. It'll take me a second and then we can go and do these. Did I already have one of these? I think I do. Rake. Okay, here we go. Fire, Rake. Spiritborn, Rake. Oh, no, that's not the code. Balls. Exports. Think it might make me use a longer. Where's my Stinger one? Oh, I thought it was going to make me use a longer thing than that. Okay, maybe not. Good. In-game, public. Save. Is it on there now? It should be. Is anyone else actually doing Spiritborn? Feels as a one has done one. Okay. Fair enough. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, do you want to come and join, Marker? Type in exclamation mark B tag into chat and then add me up. You're saving 2 mythic keys. Makes sense. Oscar, how's it going? I've been looking for something like that for days. Oh, right. Yeah, the weapon. Yeah, it's pretty nice, that weapon. You always find this stuff. Oh, sorry. I might need to restart my game. You always find these things at, like, the least expected time. I think I need to reset my game instance. It's doing the party invite error, I think. Let me just restart here. Daniel Wolf, how's it going? Once you have time, would you mind explaining how to get the mythic items? It's mostly RNG, Daniel. You can craft, if you've got access to the cube with the expansion, you can upgrade one unique to a mythic currently, and you can use one crafted mythic. You can also go to the blacksmith and use your resplendent sparks to craft mythics here. And you can't control what that'll roll, but it'll roll you a mythic, but that'll still count as crafted. You can only use one crafted mythic at a time right now, but that might change next week with the patch. We'll have to see. Otherwise, it's RNG, Daniel, pretty much. Yes, but it's Giga Rare. Yeah, Giga Rare. Your best chance is to farm the new boss, but you have to farm the Pandemonium fragments to do that. I mean, in all the farming I've done, because I haven't done the right kind of farming, I've only got 2 Pandemonium fragments, which is kind of poop. You need superior keys, and I haven't got many of those either. So yeah, the loop for farming the mythics right now is not great. I think they're going to do something to address this a little bit next week. Right, who we got in the party? We have got... Okay. Andro. Not sure who Rams is off the top of my head. But Marker joins up, and then... Your Rams. Okay, sweet. Okay. Swear my weapon's not using the right skin. There we go. It's better. Well, we won't want to hang around too much in here. You guys are going to be way speedier than me, I reckon. I was going to run straight. I'm going to run to the exit and get any time things on the way if there's anything left. Look how fast these rogues are going. Holy. Wow. I was going to follow. Wow, even in T12, I bet I basically do wet noodle damage. Jesus, with 4 people in the team, that is. Yeah, I hate the fact that we have to stack up supremacy on all these builds. It's really crappy gameplay. Like, it's just terrible. You have to charge up supremacy. Obviously, you just hit, like, you hit no damage. Look at these rogues just, like, one-shotting everything, the whole screen, and moving the speed of light. What is this? And then we've got one build that can kind of move fast and does a lot of damage, and that's it. And everything else is... I mean, the rest of our builds do fine in a solo scenario. Yeah. I don't know what they're going to do about game balance. I mean, it's impossible for them to fully fix it. But their whole game balance, build ethos thing is completely off right now in a lot of ways. Hey, how's it going, Reptile? No, I don't think you have missed anything important. Yeah, Stinger would keep up with these in damage-wise a bit better. But I can't keep up in speed, no chance. I mean, look, they're dead before I even got to do anything. Madness. Madness! Hey, Stormsfield, how's it going? Whirlwind Barb in T12, day 1. I was T12 in like 8 hours on Spiritborn. 9 hours, maybe. Was it? Or something like that. Or it might have been a bit longer than that. And I did that on Stinger. So I was T12 on day 1 on Spiritborn as well. But yeah, Whirlwind Barb is obviously very strong. I'm not trying to put it down. It's just there are other classes that have done T12 in day 1.
It is done.
Yeah, this is definitely not our strongest. Oh, I just got one of them. It's definitely not our strongest build. And I am playing a tankier setup than I need. You know, I'm playing a. Yeah, I'm playing a tankier setup than what you could play, but that's because I don't like getting one shot. That's true. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Whirlwind Barb's great. My Stinger build does more damage than the Whirlwind Barb does. At least when there's lots of enemies around. On a solo target scenario, I'm not sure how good the Barbarian is. Oh, the Whirlwind Barb is. It's probably okay. That's where the poison one falls over. The Swarm build will do hundreds of trillions. I mean, I hit for quadrillions on the Stinger build. It's pretty nutty. But yeah, Whirlwind's obviously just... The one thing that really annoys me about the Whirlwind Barb is that they get 300% movement speed and we don't. I actually think that's completely backwards. That's wrong. That shouldn't be that way. You're a big, chunky warrior. We're a nimble warrior. The nimble warrior, by ethos, by class fantasy, should be a faster class. But we're not. We're actually slower in nearly all cases now because they took away our giga movement. Some builds can still use, you know, sort of get the giga movement to a degree, but it's still... we can't get 300% movement speed on any build except like 1, maybe 2. It just seems completely backwards to me that Barbs get that and we don't. Look how much of a difference that movement speed makes. It would make all of our builds feel so much better. We wouldn't need to worry about dashing around and stuff. We'd just be able to run places decently. And that's... If they gave that to Spiritborn, a lot of these builds would feel a lot better to play. I don't think they will, though, to be honest. They're just a bit weird the Barbarian gets that. And we don't. We're NATO's doing 5 quadrillion. Yeah, nice. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah. What rogue build was these fast players running? They're using Rain of Arrows here, I think. Ooh, I got a mythic helm. Put on mythic god slayers. Oh, good. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of classes that can do a lot of damage. But yeah, it's the speed that really gets me. Like, most of our builds, I could sacrifice a skill and put Rushing Claw on. That would give us some mobility. But I'd have to sacrifice something for it, which means I've got to sacrifice damage reduction, and I have to have all that stuff on so I don't get one-shot by everything. So we suffer in defense, we suffer in mobility, and our damage is pretty good, but it's not as good as these others. I mean, my gear could be better and stuff, of course, still. But yeah. It will be interesting to see what they do going forward. I mean, I haven't really got any, like, damage transfigurations on or anything like this. But I have gone, minus the resolve stacking, I've gone pretty offensive. I do have the innate glyph on. That's not that's damage reduction over damage. I could put a damage glyph in there instead. You're on Rain of Arrows with max cooldown reduction. Yeah, so you're just spamming it. It's the fact that Rogue also gets so much mobility as well. You fill the whole screen with this move. It's one-shotting everything. And you can move at the absolute speed of light. Like, I can't even see you when you're out of the day. Like, you're moving so fast. Like, there's no way I can keep up with you. I don't even think perma-rushing claw... Well, we can't really get perma-rushing claw very easily now. Lock on rushing claw with only half keep up. But like, I can't... With 4 people, I haven't got enough damage to one-shot all this stuff. Even though I'm hitting for hundreds of billions. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go around balancing in the future seasons. I honestly think they need to just cut all of the multipliers down by like 80%. Bring everything down into the millions tops. It'll make their lives so much easier for balancing things. It's all relative. It doesn't matter about max numbers of trillions or millions, really. As long as it's still, relatively speaking, so kills like the same stuff. They just bring down all the HP scaling. Can you make Vortex a passive instead of making it an active to add the claw into? Not without sacrificing either the Giga damage with the Zik rune, which is, until that's fixed, we have to use, or losing our barrier gen, which would make us really, really squishy. Yeah, when they fix the Zik rune, a lot of Spiritborn builds are suddenly going to feel terrible in T12. Probably. With all the juiced up content. That's probably why they've left it alone. Grants us like 6x damage on all our builds, like every single build. So yeah. If we weren't funneled into the Zik rune, then possibly we could use the Cry rune, yeah. And then yes, you could possibly put Rushing Claw on or such. So I feel fine to farm when I'm on my own, but it's like when you're up with friends, it really shows how slow actually our builds are. Just got a mythic wound drinker. That's actually rolled a pretty good roll. Damn, I could actually get a GG roll on that. Dex, Thorns, Physical, and Vulnerable. That's actually pretty good. Don't know if we'll ever use it, mind, but. Jaguar instead of Gorilla. Is it playable for mobility only and remove hands unique? Yeah, but we'd lose a lot of damage. One of the issues I've got right now is not just sheer mobility, it's damage as well. But on the Gorilla version, we would have more damage, and that would use the Hunter Ultimate, probably. I reckon. So, yeah, I think the Gorilla version is just going to feel faster and stronger when we get around to playing it. A different day. Right, is that all of them? Actually, I might be able to throw one in. Whoa, what the hell? My game's got a mind of its own. I can throw one in. Then I want to go back to my war plans, I think. It's all good. It's all part of the feedback I can give the devs. I can just be like, well, I played in a team with a Barb, a Rogue, and... trying to work out what the other characters. I played in a team with 2 Rogues, 2 Barbs, and I felt like I was 10 times slower and they were doing 5 times more damage. And it wasn't because of my gear. Like, there's nothing I could do in my setup or gear that would give me anywhere near what would be required to be on the same level. So, yeah, it's yin and yang sort of thing. The infinite shadow step is silly. Yeah. Yeah, they took away our infinite mobility. And they left it on other characters. That's great. Never mind. I try not to get too pinned down by it. I just try and enjoy what we've got, you know. I say, if I could run at 300% movement speed, or actually get there, it wouldn't feel so bad. That's the thing, like, the Barbarian isn't flicking around, but the Barbarian is so much faster than me, because they've got 300% movement speed. It's like really, really hard to do that on Spiritborn. You have to go full in Eagle Storm Feather tech. It's the only way to get to 300%. It's like the only way. I've already mentioned it to them before. Like, can we please get ways to get more movement speed? Because we feel really slow compared to other classes. Like, yeah. Given how many classes are able to do this. Like, most of our mobility aspects are like 20% here and there. You can get 40 by having the Eagle primary on. But then you have to use the Storm Feather stuff. So like Eagle Storm Feathers will get to 300%. And Firestorm will have like at least 285 or so that'll be quite fast. Run wise, that is. Even at Shadow Step, I need to learn how to do this. Yeah, sounds like you do. Boss was dead before I could even run in the room. Oh, goody. Oh, 2 out of 4. That wasn't too bad going. Yeah, I won't waste those on there. Pretty good pair of gloves there as well. Alright, sweet. I think that's all of them, right, guys? Alright, it's got some poop stats on it. Running out of space here. I'm going to make some more space at some point. Alright, thanks for joining up, guys. I'm going to drop there so I can get back to my war plans. Get these maxed out. I'm pretty close now. No worries, you're welcome. They could buff the Eagle on top movement speed. Yeah. Yeah. Just some way, so like on these builds we can actively choose to just get like... It's amazing how much of a difference it makes. It makes these builds feel better. It's fine when I play in a solo scenario because I don't feel slow, but when you're trying to play with teammates and they all move literally twice as fast as you, even just running, and there's really no way on this build that you could reasonably get much more movement speed on here without sacrificing damage, and we're already struggling behind on damage anyway. You know, it's a little underwhelming. I missed this chest over here like a blind man. Where is it? There it is. I mean, they might argue, oh, you should use the Path of Emissaries, but it's not. It doesn't make a difference. Like, if you've got no enemies to lock on, you're not going to move any faster. And that has its own set of clunkiness in it. And we still lose damage. I'd rather take an aspect that gives me literal movement speed. Like 20% or 25% in Cap 2. Because then at least I would all the time run faster rather than requiring enemies. You've changed it slightly to... Okay, you're playing Dark Side's builds. Yeah, nice. Yeah, he's obviously very good at Rogue. You changed it to fit your playstyle. Well, that's the idea of these games, isn't it? Take a build, it's a template. If you want to make some modifications for your own to play the way you want to, then that's great. You can do that in these games. Set the conviction chest. I've dropped some pretty decent things out of that in the past. Oh, he's dead. Oh, what the hell? Something hit me at the end there, and I don't even know what. Nearly killed me. Okay, boss. It looked nice. Well, I mean, infinite mobility is quite nice. On any class, on any build. Why did you stop playing Evade? That build is doing well. I never played Evade. Kind of shady. Not this season. Not yet. I played it for hundreds of hours last season. I didn't really fancy doing it as my first build for hundreds of hours this season either. So I've just been playing some other builds. I will eventually get around to it. But yeah, I'm not really the sort of person to just play one build for 5 seasons back to back. If there are other builds that can be played. Plus also, because I support so many guides, I like to actually get in and test these in a live environment so I can make a video and show like this is what it does. It also then means when I go to the devs and say this is what these builds are doing this season, like this build is, you know, like swarms clearing tower 145 and then nothing else is coming anywhere close, and I can tell them roughly where the other builds are coming in. And then, I mean, they may or may not do anything with that, but at least then they've got some actual data points that they can use and try and adjust stuff for future seasons. So that's why. Yeah. It's not no hate on the build. I mean, obviously, Swarm's incredibly is incredibly good. Even after getting double nerfed, it's still stronger than everything else, which is kind of wild. Is there a way to get that Evade Feather build up again? Well, I will get round to it. Apparently, for some reason, they brought the damage down on it, though, so I will try it at some point, and we'll see what it does. It may not be as strong as last season due to some damage nerfs, so we'll have to see. Cool, that's that war plan done. Send that in. Yeah, the Storm Feather build will be our fastest build. Like, de facto, you'll be at 300% movement speed. And you'll be able to pseudo perma evade. Like, normal perma evade, not rushing claw.
It is done.
It's just whether it will actually do any damage. Oh, it's so close. Okay, I need Undercity, Lair bosses. Man, it's slow, but slowly but surely. Oh yeah, nice. That's a really good Ring of Arriving Moon. Holy. GG's.
Come, let us plan our next move.
1, 2, 3. Doesn't really matter too much which one of those we take. Boss 2 on Cities 2 pits. Just targeting the ones that I need the most for the war plan leveling up. Is that maxed out now? Yes. Oh, one more over here. We're better off taking these first. $1:15 under 2 minutes. Thanks to Butcher right next to spawn. Nice. Nice. Oh, what build is this, Zach? I'll say this build, I mean, at a stretch with my current gear would be, I'd be able to do a 125. I did a 120 earlier in, what was it, 5 minutes, 40 seconds, I think it was. It wasn't the fastest I could have done it. It wasn't the best ever layout. It was not bad, it just wasn't the best. If you go full glass cannon and actually avoid mechanics, then you probably could do a 125 to 130 on this build, I reckon. When I put the video up, I'll probably put it's a 125 plus build because that's what my current setup would do. Easiest way for a rod, mythic, unique, ovals, or the cube. Well, it's a 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 from the cube. I mean, you can. It's the same. I mean, it'll be easier in the cube because it's still going to be a 1 in 3 or 1 in 4. It'll be a 1 in 3 from gambling. There's 3 different chord staves you could roll, and then that would end up being a mythic. So it's probably easy to get from the cube as long as you've got the resources for it. I've just killed Urvar like 25 times and old boy just won't drop me a greater lair key. Yeah, I mean if you're in T4 there's a lot of stuff that won't drop as often. Yeah, it'll get a lot easier after T8. Yeah, it drops a lot more stuff at that point. A lot rarer stuff as well. It's weird. Sometimes it just feels like I just suddenly stopped doing damage briefly. Yeah, try and get up the tiers and then grind lair bosses. Probably a good shout, yeah. This was a really slow 1:15, what the... Oh wow, I actually died as well, what the... I think that just suddenly Gatling cannoned me with like 5 crackling souls all at once. It's about... What the... What did he kill me? No, something's doing giga damage to me in here, what the hell? Nearly one-shot me. And I'm not relying on resolve stacking, so that's weird. I don't know what hit me so hard. It nearly did me again on respawn. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It's the first time I died in a while, though. What the? I'm getting shot by something over through a wall. That's a normal mob that nearly one-shot me. What the? Christ. What unique are you looking for? I'm not looking for any uniques. I'm just trying to get my war plans up. Oh, JC just okay. Yeah, yeah. JC just Daniel Wolf's asking what uniques you're looking for. Hey, nerd who lifts. Nice. How's it going, dude? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. The only one you don't have for any of these builds is a Heshekasungi. Okay, you get that from the butcher. Are all crafted items untradeable? Yes. Yeah. Z to the power of 11 QP. What's that meant to mean, Miranda? It's class specific, Daniel, yeah. Yeah, it has to be gotten by Spiritborn. I can possibly go try and get you one in a moment. I don't have any spares at the moment. Hey, easy. How's it going? Eddie, how's it going? Thanks for the lurk. Babs, how's it going? Is that build good or Lilith on other bosses in Torment? I can go have a go on Lilith in a moment, I suppose. It's not bad on bosses. I mean, it's definitely not our strongest build. This is probably better at bossing than Stinger is in a way because it doesn't rely on mobs. This is weaker at mobbing and stronger at bossing. It's like the opposite effects, I guess. I'm gonna try it. I could go try Lilith. Should be an interesting test on a T12. Certainly be able to do her in T11. That wouldn't be any issue. Running Undercity in the tower, Fabs. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go have a look. I will pre-stack Supremacy. I'm going to keep fighting for them to nerf Supremacy and move that power into the Paragon board or something, because I really hate having to stack this up on every single build before doing things. It's really annoying. It only needs to go to 15. It doesn't need to go to 30. It's just a crappy playstyle for some, or a lot of builds anyway. Alright, we're pretty close. Okay. Okay, I need to have the gorilla up when she drops so I don't get knocked back. So I can do damage to her immediately. Let's see. Okay, there is a... Oh yeah, that's weird. Like, sometimes I just suddenly do no damage on this build, and then I do. And it's a bit odd when that happens. Yeah, I'm not going to kill her before she jumps in the air. So on Stinger, I killed her pretty quick, actually, on my build. Yeah, I'm going to have to play the mechanics here. What we got? I can't really see properly. The rakes are so big. The visual clutter is crazy. If I stagger her, we've got her, no problem. Go on, I need to just stagger. Oh, no, she's staggered. Okay, well, that's stage 1. That's one of the hard bits, because she jumps up in the air. So we'll just sit here and just keep everything stacked. And then we just wait for stage 2. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, you need to wait for the resource to fill back up again. I mean, that's why I hit really like nothing on the start of Lilith. Oh, she's decided to do that already, has she? Oh, okay. Wow, that was very quick for her to decide to do that. Staggered. Okay, I'm not going to beat her before she beats out this stagger. I kind of want to beat her before she goes and does the ghosts, because the ghost will be tricky. I don't think I'm going to, though. I think she's going up there now. Damn. Yeah, it's going to be tricky. I've got the damage. It's whether I can survive at this point. Whoop. I don't have my unstoppable. That is bad. Oh, just. I got it in just in time. Yes. No, no, no. Not the ghosts. No, no. Right. Oh, come on. I didn't get enough time to actually hit her, for God's sake. Oh, that's so annoying. I thought I had her. I might die here because I went over too early. Yeah, you need to put down your protector for your pulling, anti-pulling, before she uses it there, otherwise you just get wrecked. I don't think I can kill her now until she does her final stage, so I might die to the ghosts here. How the ghosts keep going for ages, okay. Oh, that nearly got me. I got her. Yes! Alright, well, it's doable. I don't have GG gear. I've got some good gear. Man, she went for those segments way quicker. She went for those segments quicker than I would normally have expected. Yeah. It's doable. I have 7 more skill points. Yeah, Spiritborn has a problem where you don't need to spend them all. That was a bit, well, that wasn't clean. That was definitely not my cleanest Lilith kill of all time. Oh my gosh. In a more ideal world, she wouldn't have dived up and gone up the top so quickly, and I would have got the stagger on her quicker, and I'd have been able to finish her. Yeah, so there's a bit of RNG in when she'll choose to do things. But yeah, we've got a situation where it's just like you run out of places to put your skill points, so... all my builds, it's like you end up with 8, 10 points at the end, and it's like, well, we just won't spend those then, because there's nowhere useful to put them. I'm not just going to stick them somewhere for the sake of it. I might as well just not spend them. Easier to complete your build. So, yeah, the answer is yes, it's doable. That wasn't a particularly convincing kill, but, you know, we did it. I'm on a tanky setup as well, a tankier setup. I certainly could go more glass cannon for a fair whack of more damage if I went max resolve and interdiction and redirected force and all that stuff. And if I had the Golden Epiphany, like, we could probably up our damage a fair whack there. In which case, the kill would be way more convincing, probably. But that does require me to get these other bits that I do not have right now. Do I think it's better than Stinger build? No, for farming, absolutely not. For bossing, it's probably on par. But for bossing, definitely. For mobbing, it's definitely worse. Which is why I put Stinger in S tier. My tierings in the tier list are actually pretty accurate, given that they were estimates. Payo, how's it going? Yeah, I'm good, dude. I'm good. How you doing? But I don't mind playing stuff like this because, like I say, I'll make a video for it, and then I've got a point of reference saying, look, here's the build. Here's what it does. Anyone that wants to play it, like, it's there. But if not, it's there. I can tag it. I can show the devs. They can see it. And then they can just use that as data points, you know? I don't have GG gear. I don't have transfigurations, etc. That's fine. But it's still relative, right? I mean, I could do that with 0 transfiguration, 0 GG gear on Swarm, and you'd be annihilating this stuff. So there's just a vast gap between these builds. I honestly think that the buffs and nerfs they did for Season 14 were far too... what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word I want, but they were just too small. They should have nerfed Swarm more, and they should have buffed the other stuff more. Or they should have at least buffed the other stuff more if you didn't want to nerf Swarm anymore. Yeah, they definitely went too little on them. Conservative, that's the word. They were too conservative on those this time round, I think. I'd like to see them in future make bolder changes. If they really want to shake the meta up, just shake the meta up. Gut the Swarm build completely. And just giga buff everything, like giga buff something else, like really giga buff it. Rather than 10-20% here and there all the time. Because that doesn't make the grandest amount of difference in the grand scheme of things, as it has shown. They nerfed both the Swarm aspects, and they buffed up the Rolokepaleka by almost 2 times, and it's still vastly weaker than Swarm. So yeah. Go big or go home. Yeah, that's what I'd like to see. Some people would hate that because they'd really like the Swarm build to be good again. You know, I'm not saying nerf the Swarm build into oblivion so it can't be played, but it's... I'd like, if they really want to shake the meta up, they really need to go in intentionally going, this is what we want the meta to be this season. I think I'd prefer them to do that season to season. Rather than just trying to make every single build really, really good. I think I would really rather them just intentionally go in and just completely decide, like, these are the builds we would love to see to be really good this season, and they haven't been good. These are like C tier. Let's make them S tier. And let's make the S tier B tier or something. You know? That would keep the game far more interesting for me. Gives you stuff to figure out and play around with each season and figure out new builds and stuff, you know, and play different stuff. Are there any of these that would use Pain Gorges? No, probably not. We've never really been able to make use of them. They don't really work very well, sadly. You gambled and got a 5, Mr. Andro. Oh, no. You just got your first mythic seal with your rogue, and please take a look at this. Let me show you in game. Okay, 1 second, Pay. Did you link? Oh, yeah, you linked it to me. Okay, I'll have a look in a sec. I'm going to assume if you're not so good, it's not worked out very good. You rolled an 82, you 3. Nice. I'll just go click on these in case I get goblins, because they'll give me more rewards. And I did not.
Locked.
Oh, I didn't mean to open that. Oh well. Oh, we got another pit, okay. Oh yeah, you want me to look at this seal? Marksman skills, ultimate skill. So is that good or bad? Because I really don't know much about Rogue. Can anyone run you through a pit to unlock T12 on the new Barb Smat? I can do. I'm about to run a pit, yeah. If you... I'll get you to join me in a sec. Totoro, when you think you drop a mythic Tibolt's Will and it's a dawning sky, it feels bad. Oh, no. Tibolt's will be giga hard to get as mythic. Like, really hard, I think. Yeah, join up, Smat. It's rubbish. 3 unique charms, but that'll be good for the build I'm playing right now. That's the one I haven't got. That'll be good for me. But yeah, never mind. Better luck next time, I guess. Such as RNG. Yeah, I'll just run a 110 to make it quicker. Given there's 2 of us. It doesn't really matter what pit tier I'm doing right now. I'm leveling all my glyphs to 51 to start with, just for the exercise. I'm just trying to do these quickly so I can do my... so I can get my war plans maxed out. Right, go on, die. Why are these so tanky? There we go. Alright, you should be able to come in now. Just stay at the entrance, and hopefully, well, the boss might spawn on you. We'll have to see. I'll take out all the ones near you, just so you don't get ganked while I'm trying to move on. Yeah. Some of the Spiritborn builds uses the 3 unique charms, yeah. The build I'm using right now, my Stinger builds, that was Crushing Hand, Quill Volley, I reckon. Could anyone give you a cheeky carry through Mephisto T10? I need the Forgotten Souls. I'm starved for those. You're doing T10 Mephisto for Forgotten Souls. How many Forgotten Souls do you get for doing him? I've only done him once. I haven't bothered doing him any more than that. Or is that because of the season journey? 3,200 for the season capstone. Okay. Is there anyone in chat that can quickly run him through T10 Mephisto? There you go, Mr. Android can take you through. Link up with Mr. Android. Thanks, Mr. Android. Come on, where's all the mobs so I can get the boss? There we go. You can TP on me if you want some glyphs. Oh yeah, we're making good progress on them going to 51, nice. Yeah, Android's got Debros, nice. All right, thank you very much. Just drop whenever you're ready, Smat. For you, it's poop, but it's good since I won't be playing Rogue anymore. 2 week right now. Rogue is not weak. Rogue has got some crazy builds. We had one in him earlier. I don't know what build you're playing, but Rogue's pretty decent. Any reason I want them all to 51? Well, after that, I'll push them to 100. Because then when I blast through like 10, 12 builds, all the... I mean, some of these glyphs I probably won't use at all, but it just means all the glyphs are at least a certain power. But 51, it means they're all the maximum size. So at least I can put the builds together correctly. Yeah. I'm not making 2 or 3 Spiritborns to do all these builds. Yeah, sod that. Especially where war plans aren't universal across characters still. Okay, that's that one done. Back. See where that leaves me. You can do T10 Mephisto, just the final base can be a bit tricky. Yeah. Makes sense. Oh, where are we? Oh, okay, but that one's finished. That's good. I heard this root farming stuff is pretty good. Let's do that. Right, Nightmare Dungeon's almost done. Undercity's getting on its way. Bosses and Undercities are relatively close. Hordes is pretty high. Okay, we're getting there. Nice, okay. 2 Infernal Hordes. That'll probably finish that. Oh no, it wouldn't. It'd push it pretty high though. Nightmare Dungeon. Pit Undercity. I'm not really looking at the rewards too much. I'm just trying to string up things I need. I mean, it's going to be boring doing 2 Infernal Hordes back to back, but if I do the 6-wave ones, then that will nearly complete my Infernal Hordes for my war plans, so that'd be nice. I think I need to do... I might need to do 1 or 2 more after this, and then it'll be done for the Infernal Hordes. I'll have a look at that in a sec, Zach. Oh yeah, nice, not bad. Just watching Android Beyblade meth to death. Yeah, sounds about right. That was quick, yeah. The power of the barbarian this season, yeah. And just insanely tanky. Yeah, barbarians get 300% movement speed, insanity levels of tankiness, and they're able to just nuke everything damage-wise. So they've got to be up there as one of the best classes this season, I'd say. I can't respect rogues another season and another Gigabugs rogue doing infinite damage. True. That is a thing happening. I mean, is that what everyone's using? I thought rogues were just doing a lot of damage anyway. They're not even equipping a damaging skill and clearing 150s. Oh, goody. Those rogues are super pro. They don't even need damage skills. Demons die by looking at them. That's what we've been doing wrong, everybody. We need to unequip our damage skills and look sexy as hell so demons just die. 4GA gloves. Oh, yeah, damn. Nice. What build is that? Daniel's like, that sounds like a bit of me. Literally going rogue, yeah. Hey, Resuscitate, how's it going? Anyone else wants to farm the seasonal boss? Question mark. That's what gaming's asking. I don't have the I don't have the pandemonium fragments for it. Sorry, the superior keys for it. I've only got a few, I think. I will go farm it at some point. So. It's Rake. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's not as strong as Stinger in most cases. It's probably a bit better at bossing. It's not as good as clearance, but it's okay. Most of the builds that I'll do will do T12. They'll just feel underwhelming if you stick them in a room like I was earlier with a Whirlwind Barb and a Giga Speed Rogue. I just definitely can't keep up with them. They move way faster, do more damage, and they're tankier. So that'll be the case on nearly all of our builds. But if we're playing solo, yeah, I mean, the build does okay. My damage was definitely wet noodle in a 4-man scenario when it came to T12. Like, I couldn't kill things as fast as I would want to. The HP had been scaled up too much. You're not even moving at 300 movement speed, but what, you must be like 280 or something, right? Like, we legit can only get up there with like a couple of builds. You have to use Storm Feather Tech to do it. It's like the only way to get up there. And even then, you've got to basically use the Storm Feather Glyph. Probably the Eagle Primary Hall. And, yeah, at least those two. It's like the only way to do it. They've not really given us many ways to do it. All of our mobility aspects, of which we can only have one, only gives us like 20 or 30 each maximum in the second movement speed bucket. So yeah, I don't know. Your movement speed is 126, but yeah, but you got perma shadow steps. Doesn't matter, does it? Is there a guaranteed way to make Rod of Kep mythic, or is it always random? Always random. Yeah, if you upgrade to mythic, it'll be a 1 in 3 to upgrade to one of the quarterstaffs. So you can't guarantee it'll be a Rod of Kepaleka. You got a 3GA pants and they are all useless affixes. Oh no. 269. Still, that's faster than what most our builds can go. But I think we got another one of these. When swarm dots still tick for 30 trillion, it makes any other build feel rough, yeah. Yeah. I don't mind, you know, I don't mind playing stuff that's a little bit underwhelming. It's just a bit annoying when I want to play with people and I can't even keep up. And it's not really because I'm bad at the game, and the build is not terrible by all intents and purposes. It's just not as good as those. It's all relative, isn't it? let's do that, because then I can start a new one. Your build is strong, but not that strong. Exactly, yeah. You can have one crafted mythic and one cubon. Just one crafted, Miranda, and that's it. You can equip any other mythic as long as it's dropped and not crafted, but that might change after the patch next week. We don't know yet. We are expecting some addressment, like things to address some stuff to do with mythics. We just don't know what yet. So keep hold of stuff. Why don't people play the amulet that gives 390% poison shatter? Because it doesn't work very well on the high-end bosses. The Widow's Web, you mean, Just Kausa? Yeah, Rupert Tech, I'm good. How you doing? Jacomedy, how's it going? Do you think Shatter Vow should still be used on Swarmborn? If you have a very good one, it's probably best. If you have a really good one, it's probably best. You need to have one with like loads of GAs though. It probably would be better than a really good polearm. But you'd need damage over time duration, damage over time multiplier, dex and max life on it, really. Yeah, if you've got a multi-GA polearm, it's probably better than a standard Shattered Veil. You just need a very good Shattered Veil otherwise. It's all relative to what you've got. But yeah, it's a good question. I put Legendary in the pushing on my guide because it's a lot easier to obtain. The new match Fragments is obsolete. Yep, exactly that, Reptile. They pushed you. That's the only place to reasonably farm mythics as well. So it's like the place you go farm them. It's like you can't use them. Oh yeah, so I don't know. The cycle's a bit flawed, as you say. We're expecting a patch next week, and that patch will have some changes in it. And they said it will hopefully help. So we don't know what yet, though. We'll find out next week, I guess. That's true, yes. Now you know you can gamble for the Shatter Vow. Just try and get a really good Shatter Vow and you should be golden, yeah. Trying to get one with GAs might be interesting. How are rogues hitting 150 without attacking kind of shady? Bugs. I don't actually know what the bug is, but it's a bug. It's basically, I think it's an execute bug again, where it's like you just do certain things and then suddenly just executes mobs from max to dead. It's what they were doing last season, however they were achieving it. I don't know exactly how they're doing it this season because it's outside of my area of expertise, but I know it's there. Really, that's the only way you're doing a 150. If you're doing 150's legit damage, you're doing quintillions of damage. You've got to be doing quintillions of damage. Not quadrillions, quintillions. To be doing a 150, really. Otherwise, you need some crazy execute bug. which just skips the damage part and just kills them. Do you still use war plans after everything's maxed? Yep, you just roll them and hope you get a mythic war plan. Or you just run them and run quick ones until you get, yeah. Because the mythic war plans drop giga stuff. Spencer, how's it going? Just using your Swarmborn build and it says use max ferocity minimum, but if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't exist. Where does it say that? That might be a hangover from the fact that I've updated like 15 guides and I might have missed that in the text somewhere. If you let me know where, I'll address that. Yeah, the ferocity minimum thing. Actually, no, ferocity minimum still exists on Ravager. They took away the upgrade, but ferocity minimum still exists as a thing on Ravager. You just don't get +1 ferocity minimum there. I think I know where you're talking about in the texts, and it still applies. On the leveling page, it still exists. I think. As long as I'm not referring to the upgrade part, Ravager still gives you minimum ferocity. It just doesn't give you +1 in the upgrade anymore. So you'll require 30 ranks for +4 rather than 20, for example. Because it's every 10 ranks you get an extra minimum ferocity if you've got the Jaguar Ravager version on. I have a feeling that's why that's in there. You do have a question about the Swarmborn, okay? Sure. But the amulet secondary aspect, it says you need to resolve of 8. However, there's no maximum resolve rolled as any tempers. You get 8 resolve anyway by default. Your default maximum resolve is 8. So as long as you generate resolve somewhere, you will be able to get to 8 resolve. Zulazim, I don't think there was a patch today. No, I think we're expecting it next week. How you doing, Zulazim? You good? Yeah, you're talking about kinetic suppression, right? You're talking about this over here. Kinetic suppression. Yeah, casting a defensive skill with 8 stacks of resolve increases damage. Yeah, your minimum, your resolve goes up to 8 by default anyway. Resolve stores up to 8 charges, or 30 with additional bonuses. Taking direct damage removes a charge. Oh, they might have actually hard capped resolved at 30 now as well. That never used to be there. That's new. I think they've hard capped resolve at 30 regardless. You're good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Is there any specific farm to get Mythic Rod of Kepaleka, or am I just unlucky on all the Mythic upgrades? Just to, yeah, Chi-Chi, you can upgrade it, and it's a 1 in 3 chance, because you can roll one of the 3 quarterstaffs. Otherwise, it's just luck. There's no, like, specific place you can go farm a Mythic Rod of Kep very easily at the moment. I got lucky and dropped mine, but yeah, it's not that easy to get right now. Big sad, I know. Right, Nightmare Dungeon. Have I got? I have. There you go. Whisper Key. Might as well do that while we're there. Who drops Rod of Kepeleka? Astroth at the end of Escalation Nightmare Dungeons. If you don't have any Escalation Nightmare Dungeon keys, you can take 5 normal Nightmare Dungeon keys, and as long as you've got Lord of Hatred, shove them in the cube, and you can transmute them together, and that will give you an Escalation key. And then it's the boss at the end, the very last boss. He can drop both the Rod of Kepeleka and the Ring of Midnight Sun for you, which is, you need both of those ready for these, any of these builds. So I'll be doing Stinger, this, Crushing Hand, Quill Volley. Actually, Quill Volley you might be able to get away without the Ring of Midnight Sun, we'll see. That is the one build you might be able to get away with it. One second, Anime Fist. I didn't even know about that, about Escalation Nightmare. Yep, there's all sorts of stuff you can do with a cube. There's a lot of it's hidden away. Yeah, you can make yourself. That's why I go and, if I run out of space for my keys, my Nightmare Dungeon keys, I go and smash 5 or 10 together to make escalations, make some room. And then I can just run those. Oh. What's happened there? I thought Anime said something. Okay, I can see what you said, Anime, but... One sec. Yeah. So Anime, I think that message was taken from the chat because it's a bit heavy. So I hope that didn't cause too much offense, but the season is, I think, going on till September. We haven't got an exact date, but I have a feeling next season's going to start shortly after BlizzCon, which is in early-ish September. Somewhere around there. So you've got a little while. I do hope your family are okay considering, obviously. If you ever want to chat about anything, you're more than welcome to message me offline. It's probably a bit of a heavy topic for the chat, but yeah, like I say, I'm sending my best wishes to you and your family. Only one piece should have 5 resolve, and then the legendary aspect, you would have 8, and you will get the bonus. You get 8 anyway. Your maximum resolve by default is 8. So you will have that a lot of the time. As long as you've got decent resolve generation, you'll be at 8 a lot, enough of the time, I'd say. Yeah, no problem, Anime. That's okay. Hey, Dante, thanks for the bit. Appreciate it. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, getting slapped around by a vile child. Lovely. No, 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 no. Yes. Yeah, your maximum resolve by default is 8. Yeah. It can just be... It looks like they've actually put a hard cap on it now. They didn't used to, but it looks like it is actually hard capped at 30. It says you can have 8. It starts at 8, and it can go up to 30 with other bonuses. It used to be just uncapped. So it looks like there is actually a hard cap on it now. You can solo most things in T12 now. Nice. What build are you playing again? Yeah, test it, but you should be fine. You only need to cast one defensive skill every however many seconds it is that it lasts, whilst you got 8 resolve, and it'll just recess it. So as long as you're generating resolve fast enough, which you probably should be with the Zik rune and with the kinetic suppression on, then you should be at 8. More than enough, I'd say. You're guessing 8, yeah. Voila. Hey, Clip, how's it going? Thanks for the raid earlier, by the way. Caught me in my start screen. I always use that start screen as a way to go down my stuff technical side and try and make sure everything's working before I can actually kick up the stream. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. How was, you were doing your workout stuff, weren't you? I'll probably do that after stream later. It's been too hot here to do it in the day. It's just swelteringly hot here at the moment again. Really humid. It's like 80% humidity at the moment. Yeah, nice. Do a cosplay Ken from Barbie. That sounds expensive. How's the Spiritborn? Yeah, it's not too bad. I don't really know what we say or do for the devs anymore, because it's like, it all seems backwards to me. Like, barbarians are able to get 300% movement speed, have a 1-button build, and do like bar 1 builds, completely annihilate us on damage. They move faster, they're way tankier, and they do a lot more damage. And you're like a big chunky character. You should not be moving faster by class fantasy than a small nimble character that's like a monk. You know what I mean? It's like, rogues, okay, I understand why rogues move really fast, but barbarians just easily having access to the movement speed, and we cannot do it. There is only one way to do it, and most builds could never reasonably go into it. You'd have to brick half your builds to do the Stormfeather tech. It's the only way to get above 250% movement speed on Spiritborn. It just feels, and it's honestly, like, I don't care about how much damage we're doing. I've sort of somewhat solved the defense side by taking off some damage, so that's okay. But when I was in a team, like a minute ago, playing with 2 rogues and a barb, I just felt slow. And sure, I could play a build that's got the rushing claw stuff in it, I guess, to some degree. Maybe like Swarm. It's like the only build that might actually... I've got a couple other builds that might be able to keep up, but it's like using gimmicks. Like, we just cannot get the movement speed. And it makes a big, big difference going from 240 to 300. Like, it's a huge difference. So, yeah, I don't know what I say. I think, honestly, I'm going to take a different approach to them in the future. I'm just going to tell them... Well, I'll not tell them, but I think I'd rather the devs intentionally go, we want to brick these builds this season and we want to make these S tier. Like, they just look at S, A, B, C, T, like all the tiers across the main websites where people at Blast and go, okay, that build's been S tier for 3 seasons. Let's just nuke that one. And this one's been C tier forever. Let's make that really good and give it like 1,000 times more damage. I think I'd rather they take that approach at this point, because at least then the seasons would feel better. Like, I mean, like the meta shift. They double nerfed our top build last season, and they buffed the bottom line of a lot of builds, and the top build is still the same, and it's still 10, 15 pits higher than most other builds. It's like the changes they make are way too conservative for me. Rant over. I think that's where my mind's gone. I think it's an impossible task to try and balance every build in the classes. There's too many to balance. You'll never get there. So I think I'd rather they take that approach. That's kind of what they used to do in D3. They used to just giga buff stuff and then just nerf the other stuff. And just make it so the meta changes, and then we have new builds to figure out / play each season. But yeah, there's some fundamental issues with Spiritborn as well. Like, our mobility just feels really sluggish now that they've taken Infinite Rushing Claw away, and a lot of the builds. Like, this is with a 600% damage bug as well. Like, if they take that out, a lot of Spiritborn builds will struggle in T12. Like, they will do it, but it will not be fast at all. I think that's why they haven't bricked that bug yet, because I told them about it ages ago. I think without that, Spiritborn would have been really, really awful this season for the most part. I like the fact that we can go to 300% movement speed. It doesn't feel broken. I just wish they allowed us, like specifically on Spiritborn, I wish there was a way to get there. I can get to 240 on this build without bricking my build. I haven't quite got, yeah, I haven't got Moonrise on right now, but with a perfect setup, I would, and I'd have slightly more movement speed. I cannot get to 300, though. There's only like one build that can do it. Maybe two. Yeah, and then there's just a bunch of... We got virtually no changes to our uniques at all in Lord of Hatred. Like, we got a few new ones added, which were our old key passives, and that's it. They didn't change anything about any of the others, really. I've got some really good ideas for some of these, but it's like Crazy the Dead Gods. Could make it into a full summon swarm build. That'd be sick. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I give them loads of feedback every season, and I know that they're really busy, and I know they only get 8 to 12 weeks. So I try to be empathetic. I just don't really get any feedback to what I say most of the time. So I don't know if I'm just throwing text at a wall, you know. It feels like that sometimes. Because when I make suggestions, I'm not trying to make it so that we get broken stuff. I'm trying to be like, this doesn't feel good. Like, we move so slow compared to these other classes. And these other classes are also doing 10 times the damage. Like, you know, something seems wrong here. I mean, we're fine, though. I mean, this is definitely an A-tier build, and it's doing T12 Lilith and stuff, so it's fine. I just can't really play with other people and it feel good, because I just feel slow compared to them. And there's not many builds on Spiritborn that would actually feel good playing with other people, and I think that's where my issue's coming in. I like to play with people, but it's like... Yeah. I don't know. They kind of took Ferocity from Spiritborn, slapped it on other classes... and bricked Spiritborn in the result of it. Making our attack speed way worse, because it used to be attack speed bucket 2 and it's not anymore, so that the other classes weren't broken. And it's meant that Spiritborn's attack speed's been halved in a lot of builds. In a lot of cases. This is the only build, bar one thing, that allows me to go above 100% now. So it's just a lot of... Yeah, I feel like Spiritborn was just shafted a lot in the expansion, in a way. But, I mean, it plays fine. We're still high on the tower because there's one particular build that's just been obviously well overmathed. Like, they did just put 1,000% more damage on that build, or even more. Because they've nerfed it twice and it's still the top build. But everything else just feels worse than it did before Lord of Hatred. Like, literally everything. Rocksplitter Thorns feels worse. All the core skills, apart from Stinger, feel worse. Because we don't get the double hits anymore, so you can't do half things with Rake. You don't get the big explosion with Crushing Hand anymore, so that don't feel as good. Quill Volley's okay, but it's meh. Half our basic skills. Yeah, the one thing they added that could have been interesting is Storm Spirit stuff, Spirit Storms. But they don't have any support, so they don't really scale. Saw's pretty fun. That can get some okay movement speed. All of the potency skills are a bit underwhelming, or just don't work. And the ultimates are okay, but nothing crazy. They could have been much more adventurous with this. So, yeah, I don't know. I have fun on the builds I'm playing. I feel like I just don't really know where we're going with it at the moment. I guess I'll give them feedback and we'll see what we get for Season 15. Yeah, I'm not that pessimistic, to be honest. You know, most of these builds I'll do T12 okay. I just don't really know. Yeah, like I say, you can tell, you can see in the Discord we're in, it's the least spoken in channel, and 90% of the time it's me leaving feedback one way or another. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, Barb's good though. Barb's giga good, so that's good. You mean like Pally as well? Yeah, Pally's not in a dissimilar situation, possibly worse. You know, I mean, Spiritborn's not awful. Don't get me wrong. I just want more variety of builds to be like... I want to feel a little bit faster. I don't need to be moving across the screen at the speed of light. But I should be able to get to 300% movement speed if the other classes can. I just can't on these builds. It's not really possible. You know, it makes a big difference. It really makes a big difference. Like 240 movement speed and 300s, that's 20% less. It feels enormously slower. So yeah, Phil Matt, how's it going? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. The lowest done pit is Paladins. Yeah, Paladins got shafted. They got Giga Nukes, didn't they, after the pre-Lord of Hatred stuff. Yeah. What bar build you on at the moment, Clip? Are you still on Whirlwind or are you on something else now? You're happy they added one feedback I posted in the forums, did they? Which one did you add? Which bit of feedback? They do take... I mean, look, I'm not saying they don't listen. I'm sure they read all the feedback and stuff. But we don't really get much response to a lot of it, so we don't know what gets read. Like, we don't know what's really getting taken into account or not. We just wait for the changes the same as you guys, so... You're on Whirlwind, but I'm getting gear for Ancients. Okay, isn't Ancients your top pushing build or such? From my understanding. I still need to get some gear for some of my other builds, but I've decided this week I'm just going to work on getting some videos out for some of these other builds. Well, I've kind of got good enough gear to do the videos, you know. I don't need to get GG gear for every single build I'm going to do. That'll take far too long. It feels much weaker than the PTR for some reason. Oh, really? You're going to put Flame Charge together soon since it's doing well for people. Okay. Flame Charge is currently the highest pusher. So Flame Charge... What skill is that? What's the damage skill? It's been a while since I've played Barb, so... I'm trying to think of what skill you're using. Is there actually a skill called Charge and it's got a Flame variant? There might be. Yeah, I think there is, right? It's charged, but it's a damage over time build. Got you, okay. Nice. It's good to see damage over time builds doing okay. Hey, Vahita, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, nice. Yeah, generally speaking, Spiritborn's in an okay spot. I mean, we could use a little bit more base DR. Like, there's at least one cluster in our Paragon boards that's utterly useless. Or we could use a mechanical change on Spiritborn to dodge or block. Dodge, probably. So that you can convert dodge to work against as another form of DR. But its own bucket. And just stack that for constant DR. And you just stack dodge on your gear. Something like this. So we could use that. Damage-wise, a lot of our builds are fine. But if we take the Zik rune out, so we lose 5-6 times damage, there are quite a few builds that would start to not find T12 fun. So relatively speaking, it would be a huge hit for the class. And we might see that nerf next week. We'll have to see, because I did report it a while ago. So that'll be fun if it happens. And then there's just a load of mechanical stuff. It just doesn't work properly. There's a load of, like, pretty serious bugs on Spiritborn. So we've got... Well, I'm hoping to see some of those fixed. But probably not until Season 15, I suppose. We'll see, though. The damage over time build isn't using the damage over time charm set. That seems wonky. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the other thing. Like, our Spiritborn sets, charms, are, like, not... Talisman sets are not that adventurous, or could be more adventurous. But yeah, I mean, some of them are okay. We got a couple of decent sets, and we got a couple of absolutely rubbish ones. Like, they tried buffing the Thorns one, but it's nowhere near enough. Thorns is just in a terrible spot as a mechanic right now. I don't think I know of any Thorns builds on any class doing anywhere near the top right now, and that's because of what I told them last season. There isn't enough damage scaling in Thorns. They took away crit, which is fine, but then we don't have Thorns damage multiplier on our affixes on gear like we've got dot and crit, so it's never going to get the damage scaling. So you need one or the other of those at least for the Thorns damage to come up to the sort of levels everything else is at. Or everything else needs to be brought down a metric ton. So that's one set, and the other one, just mechanically, is terrible to play. It requires you to stack up. It doesn't reset, and you only get damage when you're at maximum stacks. And on a single target, it stacks up very quickly, like a multi-target scenario. But on a single target build, on a single target boss or something, even on something like Quill Body, where you throw loads of projectiles, it still takes you quite a long time to charge up to max stacks, and you literally do no damage until you're at max stacks, and you have to get to like 5 stacks. It takes ages. You could have a downtime of like 8, 9, 10 seconds and an uptime of 8. So you'll have 50% downtime where you just do no damage, and then it sucks for bossing because you have to go in and charge it up first. So it's just mechanically a bit flawed. So I don't use it on any of my builds except one because it just feels horrible to play. Yeah, so there's some stuff there that could probably use some love. Apologies if it's annoying, but could you check the pushing leveling path when you've got time? Oh, the leveling paths are... Don't follow the leveling path, Spencer. Charge, refund, rushing claw, and ferocity. Minimum ravager. Okay. Has it kept that in there? Does the website not address... Oh, let me have a look. Okay, that might actually be a bug then with the website. I might actually have to redo the whole skill tree to get that to change. Yeah, I didn't do the leveling paths in any particular order. When you're on the end game builds, it's just you've got all the points. In fact, I don't really do the leveling paths particularly on the leveling guides because it's just so wonky now. You have to take points all over the shop. It takes me 2 to 3 hours to do each of these guides anyway. Those leveling paths would probably add on half an hour a guide or more. Let's have a look at this quickly. Okay. I see what's happened there. Has that not actually gotten rid of it? Oh, no. Okay, I'm going to have to redo the skill tree entirely. I'm going to be honest, I might not do that right this second. Yeah, that's annoying. It hasn't picked that up, has it? Yeah, okay. All right, well, thanks for bringing that to my attention. I'll fix that another time off stream because that's not a 2-minute fix. I'm going to have to undo the whole skill tree, redo it, and I'm probably going to have to look across all the variants. And I may well have to do that in all my guides. So, yeah, thanks for bringing that to my attention. But you can use that node, the same node. In fact, actually, just don't look at the leveling path. Just look at what's actually in the skill tree. Like, visually. And that will be correct. The leveling path will be its bugs, but the actual... Although some of them have been unselected, so I think they've gone and changed these again. Oh, for crying out loud, really. Every time they change this and it bricks the build. I can't even select these things. Why? Why can't I select that? What? Huh, I can't even select I can't select Ferocity Maximum. That seems broken. Right, okay. There's definitely bugs in here. I can't even select Ferocity Maximum. Just can't select it. I'm gonna have to message the guys at the website to fix that. Yeah. I'll have to do that after stream. Tell them I can't do that. Fun. No, it's not a skill issue. Like, there is actually bugs with the website there, I think. I'll have to ask them to look at it. You're having bad cooldown issues. I wonder if it's something... how much cooldown reduction you've got. And have you got a Writhing Moon Ring? You need to stack cooldown reduction these days because of you don't get Prodigy's tempo on the build anymore to reset your cooldowns as much. So like temper on cooldown reduction, get cooldown reduction on the build somewhere. Helps a whole load. Alright, Nightmare Dungeon's nearly done. Undercity's getting there. Bosses. Hordes are like literally one horde and we're done. Okay. I don't really want to do the Hellside unless I have to. So we'll reset, see if there's a path without one. This will do. Right, this will complete the Nightmare Dungeons. Butcher, okay. If the stacks didn't reset, then it'd be fine. Oh, for Rizoka, yeah. If the stacks didn't reset on Rizokas, we'd be fine, yeah. That set would be decent. Yeah, absolutely. And you'd probably use it on builds like this. It would make a lot of sense because you attack that set allows you more cast speed, so you can get nearer to where we used to be on the attack speed brackets. So it's just, yeah, that set needs some love big time. I absolutely should have pre-stacked Supremacy here. Never mind. Butcher's got that annoying beam move, and that might cause me problems. For some reason, I didn't hit, and then my resource didn't refill, so I didn't kill him. Oh, great. Hopefully the beams don't get giga broken, but I think they are. Yeah, the beams are broken. Look, you can't avoid it. There's no hole there. Oh, God. Alright, there we go. I should have pre-stacked Supremacy. That made life a lot easier. You did a 125 pit, Jolly Son. Nice. Who is it that needed a pair of Hesher Kasungis? Because I just picked a couple up that aren't terrible. In fact, that's pretty good, actually. That one. The portals come in handy for damage boosts. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The, for Stinger, yeah, the ruptures are really handy for that. Yeah, Harry Beast, how's it going? Any thoughts on Thorns for Spiritborn this season? I was actually speaking about that a minute ago. I think Thorns is just busted at the moment in the game, full stop. They removed the ability to make Thorns crit. And we don't have a Thorns damage multiplier on gear like we've got crit and dot. So I don't think there's any class with any Thorns builds that's actually scaling right now. Because we don't have the ability to scale it in the same way as we do the other builds. So you can probably get them T12 viable, but it'll be absolutely nothing compared to these other builds. The top builds, I reckon. Yeah, we did have Thorns evade last season. That was super fun, and that was super strong. But that literally doesn't work with standard evade. You evade far too slow. When we used perma evasive swipe, rushing claw, and that counts as an evade, that works really well for it. But yeah, standard evade will just be too slow for that build, I think. And it'll feel horrible to play like that, for sure. I only need to complete this thing. I don't really care about too much on the loot and stuff. This is just for the war plan completion. dropping me royals. I can't pick any of them up because we don't have enough space in our inventory. God damn it. Oh, I think I dropped some runes off then, I suppose. It was me, but I'm off my PC now. Okay, I'll keep these in my box for next time, JC. Just so I'll have them handy. I have a pair handy. I didn't have any before. I've got a pair now. Oh, so I'll just dump some down here for now. You need an ancestral set. Which set, Shiji? Oh, of Hesh's. Alright, well, if I get another pair, I'll let you know. Because I'll probably have another butcher shortly. So it's just hopeless, huh? I mean, it's not hopeless. I just wouldn't expect it to be like Giga, that's all. Yeah, I've got a mythic razor plate and a mythic Balisans, I believe. Definitely got Balisans. I thought I had a razor plate. Maybe I don't. I've got 2 mythic Balisans. Okay, it's the Balisans I got. Yeah, and I've got a mythic wound drinker. But I don't think we're going to be... I just can't see how we're scaling that right now. I do have another mythic pair here. If you want these, they're okay. They're nothing crazy. You can reroll max life into crit or reroll lightning damage into crit. You only got +1 on Gritter skills. You let me know. Hey, King Bob, how's it going?
Keep your treasures close.
Yeah, not too bad, King Bob. Not too bad. Just picking up all these progress orbs. I'm still grinding for an ancestral, Rod of Kep, and Harmony, but I know we have time, so it will happen. Okay. Well, the harmony comes from Bartok and Infernal Hordes. Rod of Kepaleka from Astroth at the end of Escalation Nightmare Dungeons. Okay, let's level this one up. Oops. Oh, it doesn't really matter. This one will do. That one's 51. Okay, another one in the city. Oh, you're going to help whilst we're out, Kim Bob. Nice. That's awesome. Oh, Goblin, we'll kill that. More rewards. Hey, Premier Panda, how's it going? Hey, can I get some help with gold if you have extra? I mean, I don't have an awful lot. Enchanting is incredibly expensive this season. It has been a while. How much are you looking for out of interest? I mean, enchanting's very expensive this season, so I really don't have a lot, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I can't really spare any more than like 100 mil. You're going to get like 3 rolls or something from it. That's what I mean. I'm not super rich. I'm running loads of different builds, so I haven't really got a lot of gold to spare right now. Yeah, sorry. Maybe later in the season I'll have a bit more of an abundance, but enchanting is very, very expensive, so yeah. I don't typically trade stuff either, so I haven't made like loads of gold that way. Yeah, thanks for the follow, Premier Panda. Appreciate it. Kaney, how's it going? Got a mythic rod of kept drop, so I figured I might have played with the Stinger build. Nice. I was looking at the plan though. Could I ask why there is no crit chance on the gear, only crit damage? Because the rod of Kepaleka guarantees you to critical strike. As long as you're at maximum resource, it consumes your max resource, makes you do the biggest damage impact, and makes you guarantee crit. And then with the Ring of Midnight Sun on, when you've got enough resource generation, your Rod of Kepaleka will essentially consume a resource, guarantee a crit, activate your Ring of Midnight Sun, and when you've got enough resource generation, it will make you go back to full resource, and then you just create this infinite loop. So every attack consumes resource, does crit. Refills resource, next attack, consumes resource, does crit, refills resource. Does that make sense? Yeah, quick tips for gold, sell your legendary seals. That's all I've been doing, yeah. That's the only reason I've had gold at all. Just sell legendary aspects, yeah, that too. I mean, I haven't been selling or trading anything to anyone. If there was in-game trading, I'd probably engage with that more, to be fair. I used to do the whole external site trading thing, and I can't be bothered to keep adding people. My friends list is full anyway. I know that's a proper first world streamer problem, but it is a problem. I have to unfriend people I actually like playing with to add randoms to trade an item, and then it's just, and then over and over, and it's just, I can't be bothered. That's far too, it's too much effort for me. I'll just farm the gold in game, it's fine. Oh, that must have been a, that must have been a mythic one I just hit there, because I just got a mythic from it I didn't even get to see, never mind. Yeah, it was. What did it give me? A mythic peacemongers. Oh, yay. 26 damage. How sad. That needs to be higher still. That gives you giga armor as well. Like, this would be really nice if it just gave us like 50% damage. It just doesn't. It's too low. Big sad. So items never been used. They keep changing and buffing it, and it's just not enough. Not enough. Big sad. $90 to $99 bill gold cap last season. Yeah. I mean, it's easy to do if you want to do the trading thing, for sure. I used to do the trading thing, and I used to get to high gold cap very quickly, but I just... Like I say, it's a lot of effort for me because I have to keep unfriending people and adding randoms and then unfriending, you know what I mean? It's just... Yeah, if there was a way to get to trade with people without having to do that, then maybe I'd engage with it more. It'd be better if we just had an in-game system that allowed me to shove up some items on a market somewhere and people could just buy it if they want to or not. It'd be so much easier. Yeah, exactly. I got limited time anyway. Quick question. What's the helmet transmog I'm using? I've got none on right now. That's a good old. It's unequipped look. I don't like the helmet for this. It's like some anime headband thing. I preferred it like this. It's easy to just say it's a pain in the ass. It is a pain in the ass, yep. How you doing, Marksman? Ooh, 2 goblins next to each other. Kinky. It's a goblin party. Who the F is Jess? What do you mean? Oh, right. Where's the goblin lair when we need him? Yeah. I've only ever had that once in the nightmare done in the pit or wherever it is. That crazy goblin lair with like 1,000 goblins in it. Seen it once, ever. Oh, layer. What do you mean, Leia? Oh, it's getting freaking humid in here. It's getting hotter outside, I think, humidity-wise. I can feel it. Oh. Smash. Oh, I see. Yes, goblins go smash. Okay, nightmare dungeons are complete. Unless this is getting there. Bosses are a little behind. Almost done with Infernal Hordes pits. Okay. Alright, cool. We're making good progress. I'm keen to get this done today. I'm making really good progress with this now. 17 my inventory here. I've still got aspects to get. What? Let's just use that. Epone, I love the free mobility of last season's Eagle Rake. So is there a way to get fast again outside of combat? Maybe Soar in the boots in some competitive builds? There's nothing that's going to come in the tower close to Swarm. Swarm somewhat gets that perma, like evade stuff still, but most of those perma evade builds are relatively dead. Storm Feathers will get there when they fix the bug with the loyalties mantle. Firestorm will be reasonably fast, but that's not going to be tower competitive, sadly. Otherwise, yeah, our mobility got strapped on a lot of builds. So what is the logic with them getting rid of the bubble after you finish a pit? Deberos, honestly, I think they were trying to remove an interaction with the war plans that was being abused. I think people were doing like some mass spawn in there somehow, using some interaction and using the bubble to make it so that you were able to keep spawning them or not die to them or something. I'm not sure exactly what they were doing. So they removed the bubble to fix that, and as a result made it feel worse in the pits. Trust me when I say I've seen a lot of people say they want that back, so I would not be surprised if that's something they backtrack on. The Gorilla Charm set is bugged. What's bugged with it? I mean, it's not good, even if it isn't bugged. Another Stinger Planet question. How come attack speed on the weapon? Because you want to get to 100% attack speed, Kaney. And that weapon speed on that attack speed on the weapon allows you to do that. Without it, it's near impossible without stacking more velocity. Or sacrificing a damage multi somewhere for attack speed. It's better to sacrifice the additive than it is for a damage multi for attack speed. And you can get more on that one affix than you can on a ring, for example. You don't get the gorilla tag, even though I should, on all skills. One sec. No, it's not bugged. No, it's not bugged. You gain the Gorilla Primary Spirit Hall bonus for free. It doesn't say it will tag your skills as Gorilla. That doesn't work. Well, at least, I don't think that's a bug. I think that's intentional. I think the fact that you gain the Primary Spirit Hall bonus for free doesn't mean it's going to tag all your skills as Gorilla. So, yeah. Yeah, no worries, Kaney. I did that on all the builds because it allows you to hit that attack speed breakpoint. Any tips on how to get Balazan's bite to drop? I'm on T2 and have yet to see a single one of Brianski. As you go higher in the Torments, you'll drop more and more charms. Set charms, this is. If you get 3 that aren't the set you want, you can smash them in here. I think it's 3. And you can recraft them and then it'll roll to another one. And it might roll to your set. If you get an abundance of a certain one in your set, you can re-roll that specific one to another one inside that same set. To get the 5 you want. But yeah, Epone, I've got a saw build. That will be reasonable speed, but it's Jaguar saw, so that it doesn't... Saw isn't mobility, saw is your attack. And then you just get slightly more run speed than some of these builds, so that's not too bad. I haven't tried a lightning saw variant yet. We'll have to play around with that at some point. You can use extras from ults too. You can do that too, yeah, exactly. Okay, guys, so I'm just going to quickly go use the restroom, so I'll be back in 1 minute. BRB. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Hey, German Valera, how's it going? Can I see how you take down a lair boss, the Butcher? Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, this build is A tier, right? It's not a... Let me just set my war plan up here. It's not a S tier build. Yeah, let me just... I need Undercity boss. Okay. We can do that. Yeah, I'll go do a Butcher for you quickly. It does okay. I mean, this build's got slightly better bossing than it has clearance, funnily enough. And I haven't really got any damage transfigurations on, so... but there is obviously, if you wanted to invest more time in it, room to grow. I haven't got absolutely GG gear and stuff. I'm just going to stack Supremacy before, because unfortunately on Spiritborn, most builds rely on that to get their damage up significantly so. Let's just get up a few more stacks. It makes this guy a lot easier because he's quite tanky, this guy, and his beam move's a little annoying. It's this here. We get a drastic amount of increase of damage through that. Right, almost there. Right, here we go. Let's do it. Yeah, so we pre-stack Supremacy. As long as I don't get that crazy damage bug where if he gets too close to you, you just won't do any damage to him. I just nuke him. There you go. So it does okay. Without the Supremacy stacks, it's a bit slower. You might actually have to... With my current gear, I might actually have to do the beams. Well, boss soon. Ooh, but I'd rather do the Nemesis lair. That's more likely to net me good stuff. Show you a Nemesis lair as well. 2 bosses. Time score at night. Thank you, Wise Wizard. Appreciate you being here. Zia and Uravar. Okay. So yeah, I didn't have all my stacks of Supremacy this time. I only had 8, not 27, so a lot less damage, but once we start stacking up, the damage just flies through the roof. We can tank the stuff though, because I've stacked enough. I've gone more defensive and offensive here, so I can just, relatively speaking, tank a lot of the stuff. Oh, I didn't get an ultimate there. Big sad. Let's have a look. Where is this world boss? Oh, it's now. I might make it. It'll be close. Do I have some basic poison / Rake Spiritborn gear? What are you looking for, Odin? I might do. Oh, it's too late. Bummer. I got here just too late. It's dead. Didn't put me in a new instance. That sucks. Oh, well. Rip. F. So I can't be bothered. You just hit 70 last night. Just 850 basic gear. Yeah, join me, Odin. I've got some stuff here, yeah. You got there just in time. It doesn't matter. It's not the end of the world. Okay, so on the weapon, re-roll the Vigor on kill to critical strike damage multiplier. Helm is fine as it is. Ring, roll the crit chance into critical strike damage multiplier. And gloves, roll the cold resistance into critical strike damage multiplier. And all of those will do you just fine to start. Enjoy it. Yeah, no worries. You're welcome. Do you know if someone can join someone else's world mid-dungeon? Depends on the dungeon, I think. Standard nightmare dungeons, yes. Pits, no. Yeah, there's certain dungeons they won't be able to. Astroth, I don't think so, no. I believe they changed it so people can't just join and leech off of Astroth that way. Otherwise, they would just keep joining loads of people to get Astroth only and skip the whole escalation. I think they changed that. So I don't think anyone can join you at that stage. once you get to Astroth. He's being mean to you. Yeah, he's quite tanky. Yeah, no worries, Odin. You're welcome. Oh, what? Stop me back out there again.
As intimately as I. This will be I was created.
That's pretty nice. Just gonna hand that in. Salvage, okay. Hey Val, how's it going? This bot, it is fun, yeah, but it's, like I say, it's all relative. If you want to do the strongest stuff, this is nowhere near. This doesn't come anywhere. This isn't the strongest stinger. It's probably a stronger stinger on bossing only, maybe. But otherwise, it's just weaker than what stinger was or is. At least this thing's carry stand. It's fun though. Until you go in a party with other people who are playing Barb and Rogue, and then you just can't keep up, and your damage is wet noodle, and yeah. But it's okay. I mean, as a solo player, you can do it. I did a T12 Lilith earlier. That was fine. Well, it was a bit. Well, it wasn't the easiest T12 I've ever done, but I did it. You wait to see. You have to wait and see how Quill goes. Yeah, Quill will be okay. It'll be a similar thing. It's a non-omnidirectional skill, so probably run a bit faster though, that build, because you get the Storm Feather stuff in it, so that'll be quite nice. Ow, that hurt. Yeah, let's go down this way. Nope, I don't. This map is just annoying to navigate. Kind of wish that was enough to move on, but it's not. Oh, nice. I was kind of hoping that'd be enough just to, so I don't have to bother going up to the north again to get to the next area. Nice, okay, easy. I got another one to do. My music making you want to play Guitar Hero. Yeah, it's been a good playlist tonight. You don't know what you're smoking. I opened Mystery Box. Mystery Boss spawn from those pit thingies at pit 138. I was hoping it would end the pit faster. Nope. Oh, right. Was it like a giga hard boss to do? I don't think I can join Dante's. I'm pretty sure you can't join someone once they've got to Astroth in a Nightmare Dungeon, in an escalation. I've had people ask me this in the past, so unless that's changed since last season, then unfortunately, I don't think anyone can. You can? I've done it. Alright, let me try after this then. They might have changed it. There was a point where you couldn't do that. Yep, can't join mid-escalation. Are you sure, buds? Mid-escalation. Because definitely couldn't last time I tried. I mean, we can try after this, but I'm not going to keep my hopes up on that one. Yeah, I'll try after this. Won't take me too long to get through this. Just transfigure the Rod of Kep to get an extra 20% attack speed. Okay, well, that's not terrible. Certainly not the best you could get, but that's certainly not the worst. Crit charts, which I got, was an actual brick. That does nothing for us. At least attack speed's got some use to it. Yeah, crit charts was kind of sad. Hey, Cody, how's it going? First time chats are working in. Thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate it. Yeah, feel free to check out the plano. If you've got any questions, just hit me up. No problem. Okay, have you got me added, Dante? Are you there, Dante's? Crit charts and indestructible, probably the worst Rod of Kep. Yep. Straight up, yep.
May the light go with you.
Rogue bug might be able to join mid-escalation. You're not running a rogue. When you reach the last entrance before Astroth. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, buds. This is what I mean. Once you're in Astroth, we can't join. Dante's has already joined. Dante's has already joined into the Astroth room, so we can't join him at that point. If we join before he goes into Astroth, we would have been able to join. Yeah, sorry guys, that's just Twitch for you with the ads. Yeah, so I don't think I can join you, Dante's. If you'd gotten me in before you went into the Astroth room, I probably could have joined, by the sounds of it. Hey Cody, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Does anyone have an extra Tibolts with no HP on them? I don't think so. Yes, I don't think it's going to work. Not if you've already gone in that room. No, mine's got max life on them. I've got these gaming. Do you have to get the Undercity all the way up to tier 4 for it to count for the war table? Yes, everything has to be maxed for you to get to level 10. You're running the Swarm build. Okay, nice. How are you finding it? No, that's fine, Dante. It's just in future, like, if you think it's going to be a pain, just let us know. We can join before you go in that room. But I don't think I'll be able to on this occasion. Which is what I thought. Yeah, if we join before the room, then I think that's possible. Missing Mythics and 2 Charms to completion. Okay, nice. Well, hopefully you'll get there soon. Yeah, it's I mean, there's people in the top 10 on the leaderboard with that build, so it definitely it does the job if you want to grind out the gear at least. I really wanted to get this maxed out tonight, but I'm not quite sure I'm quite going to get there. I'm going to be close. But one of them is still quite a long way away. But I'll be pretty close after this war plan. But I think a couple of them have still got a few war plans to go. Servers are worse than SSF. Yeah, it's not great. Wow, he died really fast. What the? I can't hit this guy. There we go. Not too bad. Alright, I'll hand in this whisper and I've got a horde to do. I've had 0 issues with SSF servers. Everyone is on normal servers, true. It might be regional problems. Different people in different places in the world all have... They'll be connecting to different server hubs. Different data centers. Could be a console versus PC thing. It could be, yeah. Let's get this horde down. What damage type is the blood pool? Physical. It's corrupting blood. It's physical dot damage, I believe. Yeah, don't stand in that blood pool. Stand on the edge. The blood pool will hurt a lot of builds. Got to show Astrop a little respect. He's a T12 tanky boy. He is a bit, yeah. My black cat's just come in wearing half a bush, I think. You're covered in bush. Where have you been? He's trying to camouflage. Goodness me. I'm going to have to clear that all up after stream. That's going to be fun. You got him. Nice. GG's. You're covered. Where have you been? Out, mate. You look like you're wearing an entire tree. I've got one there in the house. Bloody animal. Hey, look at me. You've got a tree all over you. In your eyeballs, on your whiskers, everything. What the bloody hell? You're such a dumbass, seriously. Oh dear. Right, that'll be my last one of the Infernal Hordes required for the war plans. That's nice. That was the one that took me giga ages last season to complete. Alright, back to town. Hand this in. Oh dear. Poor cat. He doesn't know what to do with himself. It's too hot.
Ancients watch.
Okay, let's send this one in. Boff. Alright, Infernal Horse is done. I'll try that, why not? Pits are close. Bosses are getting there. Undercity's getting there. Everything else is done. We're really close now. Yeah, we're not a million miles off. Pits, bosses, Undercity. That's all I really want. I'll do one more war plan and then probably call it tonight. I probably won't quite get this maxed out, but it'll be pretty close. What gems should I be using for rings? Diamond, probably. By the end game, you just want to level them out as best you can. Otherwise, you'll end up just being one-shottable by one type of element. But I mean, generally speaking, right, this build doesn't feel horrible to play. It's only when you start comparing it to other things and like how high other things go. I think that's when it starts to feel like meh. But it does do T12 like perfectly fine. Some of the very upper end bosses need a little bit more effort, I suppose. Like T12 Lilith and T12 Mephisto will certainly be a bit of effort on here, but it would be doable. So it can do the game, and that's kind of my criteria for doing a build and doing a video for it, so... Oh, some of this fire stuff's hurting in here. Rip. All in the corridor, nowhere easily to... I'm glad I wasn't standing on top of those, actually. Given how many of those there were. That probably wouldn't have ended too well. Oh, I want that. Grab this. Should I make a Spiritborn? There's a lot of Spiritborn builds to play, but I mean, there's a couple in particular that are pretty decent, yeah. You haven't made one yet? Well, there's plenty of builds to play, yeah. Never been Bearder, how's it going? Do we know what bosses give the best rate for Mythics? The new one. The new Reaper boss is the best boss for Mythics, hands down. I would say any build that can run a pit 120 in 5 minutes or less is generally good. Yeah, I mean, this did what? It did in 5 minutes 40, so it's pretty close. And there's certainly room. I could get a Mythic Hesher, a Mythic Harmony. I could get... And then Transfigurations. I haven't got any damage Transfigurations on at all, apart from the Amulet one. So... And I haven't got the Mythic Seal on for this build because I don't have a Golden Epiphany. So, I mean, there's a few different angles. You could get a bit more oomph in the build. Which would probably bring you down to that 5 minutes or less. So, yeah, it's a perfectly viable build. So, yeah, it's an A tier build, I'd say. It's I can't remember where on the A tier I put it. I actually need to go and have a look. It should definitely be on the lower end of A tier, probably. Let me have a look. It might be on the higher end. I just said it would be A tier. I didn't actually really know where it'd land compared to other things. I mean, this build, my current setup will be able to do a 125. I think the criteria for A tier was to be able to clear a 125. And then with the extra oomph, it will go somewhere between 125 and 130, which is my original estimates, give or take. It might go a little higher. Yeah, it's currently on the upper end. Crushing Hand and Rake could probably come down a little. I don't really know where the rest of these builds land. Evade Stormfeathers might need to come down when I get to it. I've got a lot of builds in A tier because they'll all hit that pit. They will all be capable of getting to pit 125 or above. There was a few other criteria in there, but that was one of them. And then speed is baked into it. I mean, they're not terrible for speed. Comparatively speaking, you know, they're not amazing, but they're not like really, really slow. They're just not fast. Like, we do go above 200% movement speed, and if I had to set up with Moonrise, I'd be 14% faster, so that would make a fair difference. It's like 8% faster. It'd feel quite a bit better. You need superior keys for the Reaper boss, yep. Otherwise, it's just pray for RNG never. Yeah, I haven't had too much of that myself, sadly. Got some coconut chicken curry to try and warm up. Pretty chilly here in the Oz. That sounds so good. I'm actually getting quite hungry, so that's the first thing I'm going to do when I finish stream. I don't know what I'm going to eat, though. What to eat? I don't know. I'll find something. That does sound pretty nice, though. Coconut chicken. Up to 71% crit chance. Which build are you playing? Oh, Whirlwind. Okay, nice. Yeah, I think you can get like a crazy amount on a Grandfather, which I'm assuming you'll be wearing on this build at some point, if not already. I believe you can get a lot of crit chance on there if you temper it on and get it on as an affix and so on and so on. Eventually, yeah. Gets you 100%. Okay, Duriel. Nice. It shouldn't take too long to get through this now. I've got 2 bosses in the pit. You wonder if Freeze Whirlwind's still blasting, only if it's doing cold damage. If it's not doing cold damage, then no, I guess. Ooh, shit, it's the 9th of July, nice. I'm meant to be getting sent a code for a game that's coming out soon, today. To check out beforehand. Might have a little play on that tomorrow if that turns up before I stream. And Grandfather dropped from Reaper, can drop from anywhere in theory, but yeah. If you can roll 2-handed swords that in the Obel vendor, that's probably going to be your best source of trying to roll one, I would say. I should have him now. Yeah, best way is to roll Obels. Yeah, just keep rolling 2-handed swords. It's the only 2-handed sword mythic, so there's a couple other uniques. Well, actually, that's not true. There's a few mythic uniques you could get as well, but Grandfathers, that's probably your easiest way. Until next week's patch, at least, and then we'll see what juice they give us or don't. Or get lucky at the blacksmith, yeah. It can drop for mobiles, yeah. It's just giga rare, but it can do, yeah. It's what people are doing for some of the others. Trying to do a tower 122. What build you on again, Jolly? Stinger, okay. I mean, a Stinger should be able to get to 130, but you'd need really, really good gear. Any higher than that in the tower might be unlikely just because the boss will take too long, but you will need really, really good gear for that. My current gear would probably have taken me to... yeah, my current gear, I probably could do a 130. It'd be a stretch, maybe. I'd need a good run, maybe. You don't have the stylus. That makes a big difference, trust me. Yeah, that's how you get your resource cost reduction up so much higher, and it makes a huge difference. You'd be surprised how much. Farming Sears Reach for emeralds is fun. That's not your best in slot to do it, Deveros. You're better off farming Escalation Nightmare dungeons, but you need to get Emerald Reserve. You do that. Even in Tier 1 Emerald Reserve, you'll get 100 to 150,000 per chest, and there's normally 8 chests or so. In Tier 3, it'll be anywhere between 190 to 250,000 per chest, 8 of them. So if you've got a reasonably fast build, and you've got the War Plans node that gives you 3 options every time you complete a floor in an Escalation Nightmare dungeon, you know, you might get a reserve every now and then. Gold, it's particularly good for gold as well. Like, gold reserves are pretty solid too. Once I've got my War Plans max, that's one of the things I would do. Yeah, well, I mean, you take that War Plans option, you can just run any Escalation, and then you hope you get an Emerald Reserve, I suppose. I guess it's not as guaranteed as what you're doing, but if you only need one of those in Tier 3, and it'll net you 2 million. That's 20 royals. Royal emeralds, that is. Maybe slightly more. So, you know. Yeah, I never did that Sears Reach farm. I do need to get my gems maxed at some point. You should rush your War Plans, yeah. Your War Plans. Yeah, you can do that very quickly. If you look in the Nightmare Dungeon ones, it's the middle track, all the way down the middle. The very bottom one. When you complete a Nightmare Escalation floor, you'll get an extra additional 2 options. It makes a big difference because it means you've got 3 chances to get something half decent. Yeah, it's this one here. Right down the middle. Branching pathways. When advancing to the next dungeon in a Nightmare Escalation, 2 additional Heraldic portals appear. Yeah, it's quite nice. Right, one more boss and I'm probably going to call it tonight. It's getting hot. Very hot. Pretty close though. I thought I'd get the War Plans max tonight, but I am pretty close. It'll definitely be done tomorrow. Like, absolutely. After this, I'll be very close to having it done. It's mainly Undercity and bosses that seem to be lagging behind. There are quite a few pits on this one, so I think the pits might be, if not complete, it'll be like really close to being done. down here. Okay, that's all well done. Alright, let's go hand those in. The thing is, you also get grands from here, so for now I can use... Okay, oh, right. Is it grands every time? That's 1 million. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Oh, did I get a mythic in that, did I? Oh, I got a tribute of armament. Nice. Mythic tribute of armament. Yeah, pit's maxed. Okay, nice. Figured that must be pretty close. Those don't really seem very good. Was it that one? Oh no, this one. That seems rubbish. I don't understand what that's meant to be doing for me. Just do that. Yeah, those seem poop. Let's just do that later on. Infernal Hordes is done. Pits is done. Bosses is pretty close. Undercity is a little bit further, and the rest are done. So yeah, it's just Undercity and Lair bosses now. Trying to get one of these, which is just going to be Lair bosses and Undercities, might be difficult. Lair boss, Lair, Undercity, Undercity, and there's a boss there. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's probably what I'd set up for tomorrow. Okay, I'm probably going to call it there because it's pretty hot here. I'm getting hungry and I do want to probably try and get this video done before I sleep as well. Let's just salvage all these things before I go off. Yeah, it's pretty fun, Rake. If you want to try something else out that's a little bit different. It's not as strong as Stinger, though, which is what I suspected. You're disappearing to the gym. I'm about to go off anyway, Deborah, but thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Right, let's have a quick look to see who's online. Send over some love. I've not been paying attention to who's online at all. Oh, there you go. This will be a fun one. Cool. All right, let's flick over here. Oh, blimey. I can feel the humidity's gone up. Okay, guys. Thank you all so much, everyone, for being here today in all my channels. Everyone here the whole time. Anyone that's new. Anyone that's been... anyone's lurking. Or anyone that came in with the raid at the start and hung around. Really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, guys. If anyone hasn't hit the like or subscribe button in my channels, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. Love to see you again. We'll be blasting the rest of this week and onwards. So, yeah. And I'll be getting some YouTube videos out for these builds as well. So, hopefully those will be of interest to at least some people. Even if it's just to see what they can do. And find out some more about the builds that can be done and stuff. If anyone wants to get hold of me about any builds or anything... before tomorrow when I'm next on, please join the Discord. That is the best way to get a hold of me. If you don't want to join the Discord, that is okay. I appreciate not everyone wants to join a lot of Discords. It just is the best way to get a hold of me. But if not, you can wait till tomorrow when I'm next live or hit me up in YouTube comments. I'll try and get back to you when I can. So hopefully you'll see something there, but if not, that's fine too. All channels except Twitch, I'll just be shutting down tonight. So thank you guys. You're awesome. I appreciate you. Hope you have a great rest of your day, afternoon, evening, whichever time zone you're in. Twitch, I'm going to send you over to someone that I was watching the other week, and I followed her, called Jen with Benefits. But she's quite, I don't think she's like pro at the game, but she's quite chatty with her chat, and she's got a good vibe. Like I sometimes, when I've got some time, when I wake up, I tend to just sort of like see who's online, and she just happened to be one of those that I've not seen before. So let's go over and see what she's only got 111 followers, so this will be quite a significant raid for her, I imagine. You know, it's not the biggest I've sent over to people, but it's pretty significant for most people. So please come over, show her some love, even if it's just 5 minutes. I'm sure it'll really make her day. Hit her with all the emotes. We'll see what her vibe's all about, and see if she even notices. It should be quite fun. I like to do this sometimes. You never know. You might find a diamond amongst the rough. That's what happened to me all that time ago in 2024. And look at me now. I'm still diamond in the rough, just a little bit shinier. So yeah, guys, my plan is to be on tomorrow with Crushing Hand, so we'll just rebuild into Crushing Hand. I probably will mostly be able to repurpose this gear, minus a couple of bits, and then we'll just blast on that, get my war plans done, and we'll see, and maybe just play, but hopefully that will work a bit better than this. I think it probably will. Yeah, thanks, Odin. So yeah, you can expect to see Crushing Hands tomorrow. I will do my best to get the Rake build done tonight before I go to sleep and get it. I'll probably set it to go live at midday, my day tomorrow, to give it time to render out and everything, and so it goes live at a sensible time. That should be out before I go to live tomorrow. Yeah, anyone that's playing a Crushing Hand build, that guide will get its love tomorrow as well. So yeah, keep an eye out for all that stuff. But I think that's about it, guys. So thank you again. I really do appreciate you all. Thank you for allowing me to do this day in, day out. It's awesome. So yeah, guys, have a great rest of your day. Keep safe, keep blasting. Much love, and I'll see you soon. Cheers.